Hello, hello. What's up, Gordos? Welcome back, beautiful people. What do you think about the allocate passives around Blood Mage Keystone tech? What do you think about allocating passives around Blood Mage Keystone tech? Blood Mage Keystone? Forgot the name of the jewel. But what is a Blood Mage Keystone? Blood Mage is a class, but there isn't like a keystone for Blood Mages specifically. So just trying to figure out which one we're talking about. Alright, we're gonna start theory crafting. Blood magic. I mean, it would work fine. There are some very good notables here you can get. You could get this one, which is nice. You could get this one. You could get this one, which is also pretty nice. You could get this one. It's not a bad thing to take, for sure. Maybe even you could take this one for like 1 point, 30% probably not. But not bad. Not bad for sure. Would be even better if you redesigned the tree a little bit, since if you wanted this... Nah, I mean, nah, the build still needs blood magic, so yeah. Alright, before we're going to jump into theory crafting, what I wanted to do, I have some crazy maps to finish. Because before the stream, I played a couple. And I got... The area is overrun by Abyssal twice. So, so we need to finish those guys. And then we're going to jump into theory crafting. I had some ideas already. You know, I was thinking about it yesterday. How to design this thing. And I decided that there are few ascendancies that I'm interested in to theory craft. Not gonna lie, I was thinking, almost convinced that Ritualist is going to be the best. Because the mana on this build is going to be our defensive layer, basically. And getting more mana. I think when it comes to getting maximum amount of mana, it's going to be hard to beat Ritualist, really. But I haven't checked like everything, so there is like so many things to go over today, like massive amount of things. So many things. I was thinking a lot of Ritualist or Lich, but then I saw Gemling gets more attack speed and perfect strike, so I'm gonna try my hands build crafting that. At the 40% more attack speed, which you can scale up to like even 70% more attack speed or something like that on perfect strike. It's kind of cool. That being said, perfect strike. Perfect strike is still not the best skill of all time, for sure. But you know, that's a lot though. But see how much a skill like that needs to actually be like, you know, playable. You know, this is a good. I don't know how GG is going to balance that in the future, because like you get like 70% more attack speed on something like perfect strike on Gemling and Ascendancy, and then it like gets like playable. You know what I'm saying? 70% more attack speed, and then it gets playable. Which means that the skill is freaking completely unplayable if you want to play with it or like clear with it for anything else than Gemling Legionnaire. So how do you balance that in the future when you think about it? Even for Gemling, you could argue that even with this 70% more attack speed boost with quality, it's still... This skill is not the greatest, right? It's still not that great, let's be honest. There are skills that hit harder and have more area at the same time. Not like one or the other, no. Both at the same time. Even with the 70% more attack speed boost. So like, that's a good freaking question for GG. If Gemling fixes, you know, some of these skills with some crazy quality boosts to make them like playable, then what are other ascendancies? What are they supposed to like do with these, right? Well, what are you supposed to like what? As 70% attack speed from quality is like, this is just like beyond busted, you know? This is not just like a little bit stronger. This is just like freaking crazy OP, right? Super, super strong. Like, you cannot find the sources of more attack speed in this game at all. And this skill gets like 10% or 20% more attack speed is a lot. And this skill gets 70% from I mean, bruh. Kinda know. Ultra, I just want to make a build that because perfect skills are so fun. The flask is cool. The flask is really cool. I have to give it to. I have to give it to you. The flask is incredibly cool. I agree. Super, super fun. Like this thing that, you know, gives you permanent regeneration, and on top of that, it's a lot of regen. And if you're scaling flask effect on top of that on your tree or something like that, or like play Pathfinder, holy smokes, man! It's an incredible amount of regeneration. That completely solves all of your regen like you would ever need, really. So that's really cool for sure. Alright, so we have one big abyss. I'm just going to run through these zones overrun by the abyssal, which get like, you know, 20 pits each. And then we're going to jump into you know, the main course. So I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm pretty excited to see how far we can push this mana. Okay, that's 6 divines. I'm pretty excited to see how far we can push this mana stacking archetype. I gotta say, guys, like, Abyss is so freaking good. I know that there are really good farming strats in the game right now, but Abyss, holy smokes, man. Like, yesterday I think I made like 200 divs in total. And like, I'm not like playing freaking 15 hours a day, right? Like yesterday I played like what I played on stream, plus like, you know, like off stream a little bit, but like, holy smokes, man, Abyss is like off stream. I got there was a streak when off stream I got 3 Omens of Light in 3 maps, and then a couple maps later I got 2 Omens of Light from the same freaking monster. And that was in the depths. That wasn't like, you know, here. That was in the depths. It's freaking insane, man. That's actually insane. Alright, there's more. Give me the Abyss. Oh, there it is. These are freaking 6 divines each, you know what I'm saying? These are not like... This is not cheap. This is not like, you know, the cheap stuff, for sure. It's not cheap wine, it's some freaking expensive alcohol right there. I don't know if that reference hit the mark, but... Mana Stacker, the new shield, right? Right? New shield? What shield? I didn't even take any shields into consideration yet. The Nightfall? No. It doesn't make much sense, honestly, to stack mana with the Nightfall. Because if you want to be using mana stacking and Nightfall at the same time, and the new mace, the empyrean, you know, whatever, then the cold damage that you're getting from the weapon does not work on a shield. That is completely pointless. You would be still getting the lightning damage from, for example, from the helmet that gives you lightning damage. Forgot its name. Mind of the Council, I think.
Wait!
Oh.
Wait!
Oh. Oh. Damn. Dude, we made 15 divines in this map, man. Holy smokes. Hi, you Myriad. Oh, no. Here's the Magic Find Queen. I'm going to get mocked for not running any Magic Find, boys. Oh no, here we go again. No, but I got, I'm back to 200 divines, so we are rich. We're rich as hell. We're rich as hell. What's up, Cody? Hello, what's up, man? How you doing? We're going to literally just finish the maps that I have, because I have, areas are overrun by the Abyssal in you know, nearby. And after that we're gonna start theory crafting, boys. Alright, give me a map with like 7 mods. Please. 7 mods, please. This one, nope. 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 Dude, not a single one. Are we serious right now? Are you guys serious? What is the RNG coming in? I know that we just ran a single map when we found 15 divines, but come on, what is this RNG? Oh, I forgot to corrupt them first. Oops. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again, guys. Oh, there are still not 7 mods. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7. Alright, that's one map with 7 mods. There you go. Dude, one map with 7 mods out of this bunch over here. Are you kidding me? This is tier 14, so it's gonna go. This is tier 14, it's gonna go. This is tier 14, it's gonna go. Tier 14 is gonna go. Tier 14. I know what's going on here, bro. Out of this pack of maps over here, we got like half of them dropped 1 tier. What the heck is this RNG, man? Any gambling crafting for today? We'll be theory crafting. But look, we can do like a big gamba. I can, for example, gamble. I don't know. I can chant like a couple heavy belts. I don't have any available right now, but I can chance like, you know, 2 heavy belts. Not to go too far, right? So like I think at 2 is a good gambling session. Probably no more than that. Hey man, just wanted to say, just finished work going home. Very nice. Be careful on your way home. Did you add lightweight as a tink noise? Lol, yeah. You know, one of my viewers did it, so I'm like, I'm gonna use it. Let's not put his work to waste, right? I think that I'm going to change it a little bit. I'm going to put yeah, body instead. This would be better, but it's hilarious. Get some belts if you need. Nah, I was just kidding. I mean, since 0.1, I've chanced like 500 of these heavy belts, and I didn't get anything once. So it's not really a gambling session when you know that you're gonna lose, right? When you know that you're not gonna get it, it's not really gambling. It's just a guaranteed loss. Where's Mana Flawed Boy? Gambling is always good too, dude. Disagree. Gambling is dangerous. You can get addicted very easily. Need the dopamine, bro? Like, just freaking... If you need dopamine, just change the filter in your PoE 2 game. Every single item being a tank. And there you go. Yeah, you have dopamine. Plenty of dopamine. It's like queuing, gambling too, whatever you get dope or not. Man, like, after League of Legends, you get so screwed up that even like having something like tea with sugar already counts as a dopamine hit, because everything makes you happy once you stop playing League of Legends. Like literally, just I don't know, like you take a deep breath and that makes you freaking full inside. You know what I mean? after all this torture. I got a Headhunter 0.3 with gambling. It's never gonna happen to me. Congratulations, man. Alright, so there is a chance, 50% chance, that this map is going to turn into another overrun by the Abyssal. So we might have a gaming session before the theory crafting session. We're gaming, boys. We're gamers. That being said, I have some ideas in mind already when it comes to this mana stacking project we're going to be going for. For example, I was thinking about ascendancies so far, and I've realized that there are a few ascendancies that I like the most, are up to my liking. So number one, when it comes to mana stacking, I don't think that anything can beat Ritualist. Ritualist is probably up there. When it comes to how much mana she can get, there are new rings with mana implicit that are definitely better than even breach rings. So you just get these rings, you craft on them, you get insane amount of mana. And since Ritualist gets 3 rings, and with increased effect, and on top of that she can use the belt from the ritual, when it comes to amount of raw mana, lightweight you can get, I don't think that anything can beat Ritualist. I really don't think that anything is gonna beat that. Then I am going to be very carefully.
Yeah.
Then we're going to be very carefully going through all the bonded modifiers in the game, because I was thinking about Shaman too. Shaman is potentially another option that would be very, very powerful, because Shaman has crazy strong defensive shit. Or you can get Rage. If you don't want that defensive shit, you can get Rage too, with extra Rage as well, Rage generation. And you're freaking golden on Shaman. So yeah. Then Gemling we're going to go over. I mean, Gemling we already like checked the alternate ascendant, the alternate qualities yesterday. Lightweight. And not gonna lie, Gemling also is looking interesting, but Gemling would be the best if you want to be stacking intelligence. Holy smokes, we're getting paid. Gemling I think would be the best if you wanted to be stacking intelligence, because you're getting like, you know, almost double bonus from intelligence, so that would be very nice. That being said, Gemling has one problem. Since we definitely want to be dual wielding the maces, we need about 500 strength, or, you know, other ways of, you know, reducing the requirements, which, you know, we're gonna work on that. But that is a problem, because Gemling would need to get insane amount of strength, and I don't think I like that. Because if you need 500 strength, then you're not getting int, and yeah, it gets problematic. And since the build does not care about maximum energy shield scaling at all, because our, you know, life pool is going to be mana, Gemling doesn't make that much sense, unfortunately, at least to me. And last but not least, Oracle. Oracle could be very interesting, and I'm going to explain in you know, later why. But Oracle could potentially reach some crazy amount of damage on a build like this. If on top of that, Oracle has some interesting stuff related to if he has some really good notables that I didn't check, then yeah, Oracle is potentially like a very strong option as well. But yeah, we're gonna get to that in a second. But how are you guys doing today? You know, sorry, I just started yapping. So I get pretty excited about this project. We actually never done mana stacking before in PoE 2. That's a new thing to me. It's like, you know, when you start theory crafting a different build in PoE 2, an archetype that you haven't explored before, all of a sudden you have like 1,000 things to check. Because, you know, if I wanted to be armor stacking or like strength stacking or doing something like that, I more or less know what there is in the game that I can work with. When it comes to mana stacking, not really. It's like exploring the game from the beginning again. Okay, do we have any lightweights here?
Lightweight?
Yeah, yes sir, yes sir. Oh, there's one more.
Lightweight?
Yeah, yes sir. Holy smokes, man! Like I run 2 maps for 30 divs profit. Jeez. I did mana stack this league on Chonk. Super tanky. I have 7k mana regen per second. Chonk, did you use the tech from Connor when you just like pick up remnants all the time? That's very strong, like defensively wise. But I wanted to implement some armor as well, so that we would have massive regeneration, massive life pool, because we would get like, I don't know, 8 or or like 9,000 mana or something like that. And we would get massive recovery as well, and the damage reduction from armor, and we would get massive recovery because we would be getting leech. You can actually mana leech, right? There is a support that allows your elemental damage to leech mana instead of only physical damage. So a leech could be potentially a very strong layer, defensive layer one more time. If obviously, like, we're not gonna get these numbers when it comes to defenses, but with this amount of regeneration from mana, and the best part about this is that the mana recovery cannot really get stopped. Like with less recovery mods and shit like that, this is freaking incredible. The build can be incredibly tanky, so that's really nice. When do you use Mace Strike, or you always use Armor Breaker? Mace Strike honestly just sits here for shits and giggles, kinda. I don't really use it. Even against bosses, there are two ways of killing bosses. You can just spam Armor Breaker and they will die in seconds, or you can just walk around and proc your fissures with Ancestor Cry. Both options are fine. Both options will make the boss explode. Because let's be honest, who's going to stand up against being hit by 100 balls at the same time? I'm sorry. That's too many balls, right? Who's gonna live through that? Oh, that didn't sound good, but... That's way too many freaking balls. We ballin'. How juiced is this map? Crazy drops? I mean, it's abyssally, you know, abyssally overrun map with 7 mods. 9 rare monsters spawn from the abyss. Honestly, these tablets that I use are not even like that, like, crazy, right? They're not even that crazy. They're like 1 divine tablets, so they're not like super expensive ones. Because I haven't been bothering with those super expensive ones, to be honest. See, this is the damage without Ancestor Cry up when I just use Armor Breaker, right? Nothing else. Alright. I think that is it. Unless we have another one over here. No, that is it. That is it. There are no other abyssally overrun things in here. More maps. So we can jump into theory crafting. Also, I guess before we're gonna do it, just check real fast how much money we made. Ooh, it's going up. Holy smokes. Alright, man, give me 30. Give me 30 diffs for that. Alright, give me 29. Give me 29. And this one, about 1.5. I'm gonna keep those. They can be useful. Alright, that's a decent amount of... We made, like, already, after expending 150 divines on these boots, which are still kind of whatever, but after spending all that, we almost, like, made, like, halfway for the next Mage Blood, so... in 2 days, so pretty decent. Alright, let's jump into it. Because, holy smokes, that's gonna take some time. Do you have high rarity? I swear I never see Omens of Light. I have zero, exactly that much, my friend. Exactly this amount. And some say that it's a bad idea not to stack as much rarity as possible. I disagree with this. I'm making plenty of currency without that. Alright, back 0.5. Don't boost this E. It's too late. Hello, hello. That's what you get for talking crap against rarity. Alright, 0.5. New. And there we go. Well, I'm gonna check real fast if we are back. Yes, we are. Perfection. Okay. Okie dokie, very nice. Alright, so, when do we even begin? Mana stack on Titan or Druid? We're gonna get to that. We have few options I was thinking about. Number one, I was thinking about Ritualist, because she can get some crazy value from rings. So that's our option number one, right? And I think I'm like mostly interested in her. She also starts in a pretty decent spot on the tree. Like, she starts here, right? She doesn't start here. Ooh. Projectile speed, attack speed, dexterity. We'll see about that. Then another option is maybe Shaman, maybe Oracle, maybe these two. And I think that Gemling is out of the question. Also, we could try to do this and being permanently on low life. This is also potentially an option. And doing her. It's gonna be potentially decent. Also, like, changing some of the physical damage taken to Chaos. This is a pretty strong defensive layer, not gonna lie. This is pretty powerful defensively. So, we'll see. But first thing I wanted to look at is all the bonded modifiers. If there is something crazy when it comes to bonded modifiers from runes and stuff like that, Shaman is a contender. It's a big contender right there. If not, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. So, where can I get all the runes and stuff like that in this game? All of them. All the augmentables, socketables, or something like that. Augment. Okay, I think these might be all of them, literally. Including others. Perfect. Okay, this is exactly what we need. Alright, so let's just look carefully if there is something crazy in those, you know, places over here. So just from the amount of sockets you can get, like even from something like that, he will be getting decent amount of mana and life. Life is potentially good because what I wanted to do. Actually, I was thinking about it for a long time. What I wanted to do is do this chest. Because we would have 100% mind over matter. We could convert basically all of our life to get twice as much armor, and then we would be defending on a corrupted one with crazy amount of armor. So this chest not only would give us more mana because we would do Eldritch Battery, but also it would provide crazy high amount of armor at the same time. Crazy high amount of armor. On top of that, extra stats. This is not useless. This is not useless at all over here. So this will be very, very strong, by the way. A very strong chest, defensively. This could completely solve our defenses, by the way. Like, completely. So, let's look. So, Iron Rune, Mana Life, Mana Life. Okay, so Body Rune right off the bat. Mind Runes give you 5% mana per socket in the weapon. Bro, that's already crazy, by the way. That's already crazy. You get 6 sockets in corrupted two-handers. 6. That's 30% mana already. And this is just like this, right? This is only this. What the hell, man? Alright, that's already has some potential. I'm not gonna lie. 50 flat mana on body armor also. Not bad. And this is Mind Rune. This is not even like the perfect rune, right? So let's get the greater ones. There we go. Greater ones, the bonded modifiers are still the same, but still. Mana life, mana life. The leech is still the same. Yeah. Mana life, maximum regen. This thing. Critical hit. Bada beam, bada boom. Okay. And then there's the perfect runes. This is still gonna be the same. Yeah, still gonna be the same. Alright. So these are not going to improve any further. Perfect runes, still the same modifiers. Yeah. Wait, tempered rune? No modded modifiers here? How is that possible? They forgot to put them in. There is also a new mod for up to 20% max mana on chests too. Should be easy to stack. Oh, I know. And I was thinking about it, but that would mean that we couldn't use this. And, you know, I kind of really want to, like, put this thing in this build. That would be freaking incredible, but we'll see. Maybe we're just going to do a zero armor build for once. Maybe we will. We will see about that. Alright, so we have skill speed. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Obviously, there is one rune that is extremely powerful. We're gonna get to that in a second. Extra damage is physical, chaos and physical. Cooldown recovery rate in boots he gets. Wow. Curse magnitude, 10 LA res. This one is incredibly strong, and this is like guaranteed. You have to put it in on a build like this. Like, this is basically like 20% more damage in a rune. Like, honestly, this thing over here is like kind of underrated. The amount of power you get from 2 ascendancy points in most builds is freaking crazy, especially if you have exceptional gear. It scales really hard late game. Even scales even harder late game, right? Because you get like even more. So Barrage Tower or Stormweaver for this build, that's not gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna happen. What about this? Skills have +5 rage cost. I mean, you could use just reactive growth for elemental damage reduction. You could get this. You could maybe even get this, I guess. And you could just get, like, you know, these two for infinite rage generation and maximum rage, which would be more damage again. It wouldn't be a bad thing to have, like, not even close. And we would have like insane rage. This would allow us to put Rage Forge 2 in the main skills for basically permanent 35% more damage also. Very freaking strong, dude. A very strong option. Alright, so this is insane. This is whatever. This is whatever. Magnitude of non-damaging ailments. Cast speed. Projectiles. Every rage also grants 1% increased spell damage. Really? Okay. There is another thing like that on a tree somewhere here, right? Every rage also grants 2% increased spell damage. Wow. Yo, but if you have mind over matter... Yo, guys, listen to this. If you have mind over matter, 100% mom, what happens to Berserk? You start losing maximum mana instead of life? What happens? Huh? What happens? I want to ask again about split personality. Can you take Ritualist and start from a position that's more advantageous for close combat? Haven't you thought about that? There's like infinite amount of things I was thinking about, so we're gonna get to everything. But Ritualist is definitely an option, but not gonna lie, right now I kind of like Shaman, dude. Like, we didn't even get to like half of all these modifiers, and this is already looking kind of crazy. This already is giving you like crazy amount of mana, because you can get 5% increased mana, bonded rune in the weapons. So whew. Mind Over Matter seems like a waste with dual wielding the sledges that already give you 40% damage taken from mana. No, we're not going to be doing Mind Over Matter for sure. We're going to get to 100% or close to 90%, you know, in a different way. And we definitely want Eldritch Battery though. We definitely want that because the mana costs on this build are going to be non-existent anyway. It doesn't freaking matter. And this is huge. And we need to get to this spot over here to get this on top of that. So these are powerful freaking nodes. So yeah, we have to get there regardless. What's up, Cryon? You explain 6 stack on Molten Shower. I only have 5. They increase with the skill level. On level 20 or level 19 or something like that, you get 6 cooldown uses. But it's not a big deal. Says damage taken. Well, that says lose life. Won't interact, I think. Wave Shaper body armor looks good for the build. For pure armor, yes, but for a pure amount of armor, yes, but I think this is still stronger. Wave Shaper is good, but I think that this is stronger still. This is definitely stronger. This chest is insane. This chest is actually insane. How much? What do you get from the runic improvement? You get ward. Okay. So let's keep on going. +2 maximum resistances. In Chaos. Fissures has +2 limit. Maximum life converted to energy shield. Huh. Maximum life converted to energy shield. Dude, this is already very strong. Wouldn't that work for... Wouldn't that work for Eldritch Battery? So basically you would get 8% of your life converted to mana, effectively. Wouldn't that be freaking strong? If you take Eldritch Battery, you won't have Energy Shield, right? Yeah, and we don't need that. We don't need that because you get... our mana pool is going to be the defensive layer. And if for some reason the mana pool alone is not going to be enough, then we're going to be doing this chest as a defensive layer. This is going to be freaking huge. Because this chest, Corrupted, can have up to 240% of your armor. Defend with 240% of your armor while you have... Oh, okay, I take it freaking back. You need to have Energy Shield for that to work. So just forget about it. Just forget about this chest. So, I take it back. There are better options. The good news is that we have like infinite amount of crazy options when it comes to chests. So this one is out of the question. This is not gonna happen. So I think it's just pure energy, pure mana stacking it is, without armor. I mean, you do have Wave Shaper still, which would be freaking 5,000 armor on the chest. That's freaking massive. But, But I don't think it's worth... I don't think I'm going to be investing into armor at all in that case. And just go pure on mana stacking and mana recovery so that we get crazy regeneration and stuff. I think this is the way to go. Maybe there are other ways of getting some nice defensive layers. I mean, maybe. There are, for sure. Alright. Attack speed, reduced slowing potency of debuffs. It's okay. Physical damage is extra chaos on martial weapon. Okay. Glow regeneration. Area curse effect. Meta skills, regeneration, efficiency. Charm slot, storm skills. Reservation efficiency and minions. Shields. Armor applies to elementals. Minions. Maximum endurance charges and boots. Freak me. Charms consume charges, frenzy, power, charge generation, endurance. Maximum power charges, maximum energy shield if you consume a power charge recently. This is for charges. Maximum block chance, parry range, martial weapon, minus chaos resistance, gain 20% damage as extra chaos. 20%. Whew. This is maximum energy. For Brutus, is it worth the perfect flux if it doesn't have 2 sockets? In my opinion, no. If you have level 18, just keep it. Just keep it for sure. Try a small amount of recoup of any damage type to ensure I always had at least 1 ES, but Dodge Degen was the issue. Yeah, but Alexis, the thing is that if I want to invest into this, and we definitely do, because for mana stackers, this is kind of mandatory. I don't think that there is a way for us to like keep any energy shield, so we kind of need that. Is armor stacking still as good as it was in Abyss League? It's even better. Armor get buffed really hard this patch, so it's even better than it was before. Armor applies to chaos plus 8 chaos resistance, deflection, something, cold resistance, lightning resistance, damage bypasses energy shield. That's insane for liches, but not for us, and not for shaman. And that is no more bonded mods. Helmets, you can get additional increased maximum mana if you want to. And then we have more idols. Work rate, cooldown, recovery rate, helmets, projectile forking, shields and bucklers. Armor also applies to elemental damage while shapeshifted. Quality of all skills. Wow. This guy gets 5% quality of all skills. I mean, 5% is not that much, but okay. These ancient augments do not get additional bonuses. Maximum mana per 2 item energy shield on equipped helmet. That is freaking insane. Wow, that's 300 mana on an augment. Damn. I'm gonna say. Oh, we still forgot to put this in our helmet. By the way, this is like crazy strong for Roddy Coleman. Maximum life per 8 armor equipped armor. Okay, there is more. Plus 20 spirit, just like that. Maximum energy shield equal to 50% of total strength requirements on equipped armor items. Also not bad, honestly. But it's not enough. It's not enough for sure. We'll be using mace skills with whatever you pick. Yes. I mean, we're gonna be dual wielding mana stacking maces, so. Giant's Blood angle and not a Bringer of Rain angle, I'm assuming. Giant's Blood is just exactly opposite all the mana stacking stuff on the tree. Well, we can travel. A lot of the travel point. The thing is that if you're doing like a mana stack archetype, then you can still use travel points basically as a way of extra mana. You can get intelligence to get mana, and you're going to be getting a lot of jewel sockets, and we all know how broken jewel sockets are, so you can always make it work. You can always make something like that work. And we're trying to we're gonna if we can figure out how to get a lot of percent damage and attack speed and stuff like that, then it's gonna be still good. The only problem is that I don't think that we can fit in any armor. What's up, RG? This is a template of mana stacker I used. I'm gonna take a look. You did it with a bow. Mind of the Council. Nah, I'm doing something completely different. With a bow. Lightning damage per 20 intelligence. So with Hand of Wisdom in action. And Gemling. Yeah, I'm doing something completely different. We're gonna be doing these. We're going to be doing these. I think these are I think these can potentially be absolutely busted. Uh-oh. PoEDB is struggling. Like, they're trying to stop us theory crafting these guys. Like, first we had DC on stream, then this. This is crazy, by the way. If you can stack up to, like, I don't know, 10,000 mana, which on a dedicated mana stacker, it will happen. Look at this freaking damage. And then late game, it gets even more disgusting. Because you get a rune that you can socket, and you get double this number. So I mean, look at this. Like, even if you're not investing into crit, and by the way, we're probably not going to because there's not going to be enough points. Like 400 mana per mace, the base damage is already freaking massive. Also, what a crazy mace. 20% mom, so you get 40% mom for free. So that frees you, you know, stuff you need to spend on the tree to get that. You can get some mana recoup, we can get mana leech, a lot of mana regeneration. Boom, we're freaking golden, man. Might of the Council is a bad idea if using Crown of Ice. Will solve % increased damage. I don't think I'm going to be... Honestly, Crown of Ice, I think from the two is better. Mind of the Council is great because it will give you additional shocks. And you don't need to really worry about penetration because you can use, on your main clearing skill, you can use Rakiatas. But I need to see which one overall is going to give you more damage, right? The thing is that Crown of Ice can completely solve % damage, and that's huge. That can completely solve % damage. All right, next up, command skill, 5% increased spirit, companions. Accuracy, gain guard equal to 10% maximum life, second taking a savage hit. Blind. So we have Raven touched. 15% increased global armor and energy shield. Okay. This runic stuff, generally speaking, I'm not very interested. Regenerate 1% of maximum energy shield per second. Wow. I didn't even know that something like that existed. It's limited to 1 though. More runic ward regeneration per 2 maximum runic ward from flasks. Okay, let's get to the interesting stuff, which is in a second. The Aldur modifiers. This is pretty strong, not gonna lie. What's up, Cabral? Doing good, how are you? I mean, Mind of the Council. Let's keep this tab open. Mind of the Council. Oh wait, it's up to 9%. Okay, dude. This is not a problem at all. We're not going to be attacking super fast. You know, the problem is, Josh, the reason why Mind of the Council didn't work that well on your build is because you have a bow, which by default you're using the worst weapon type in the game by far, right? The most useless archetype. This 9%, while dual wielding two-handed maces, this 9% applies to both weapons. That is freaking huge. That is almost double damage. And including the fact that you will be shocking all of a sudden everyone for 20% more damage on top of that. More if you have shock magnitude. The only problem is that you lose like a shitload of energy shield. But the same problem happens when you use Crown of Ice, I guess. So, but this is like insane amount of flat damage. If you use this with 2 maces, that is incredible amount of damage, flat damage. Assuming that you get like 10,000 mana on like endgame mana stacker, which I think something like that is totally achievable. Bro, you get 12% as cold, then you get this flat damage, then you get this on both weapons. Bro, you have like 3,000 flat damage weapons. 3,000. You guys get that? Like on this guy, on Ronnie gets like freaking how much does Ronnie get? Let me calculate. 15 times 2 divided by 2 times 33 times 2. Bro, Ronnie gets 500 damage per weapon. This dude. No. I'm good, man. I'm only theory crafting right now, so with Mana Remnant, I went to 7.4. I don't think that Mana Remnants work. This says maximum mana, so it's always going to be this number over here that you have max. I don't think that overflow mana is going to work to give you higher damage. Not 100% sure about that. If you're gonna use double 200 maces with mana stacking, isn't Gemling the best since you can satisfy requirements for your highest stat? I mean, Gemling would be nice there, but Gemling gets this, right? Attribute requirements of gems. Wait, hold up, it's gems only. It's not equipment. Oh, that's freaking useless. That is so trash, dude. What the heck? Okay, so Gemling doesn't do shit. Take it back. Is it that better than 400 increased damage you can get from Crown of Ice, and Crown gives you more flat mana from ES? That's why we're going to be theory crafting today. that is like basically double. Slapping this on is like basically double damage. This can be double damage. 400% increased damage is a lot, but we'll see. We'll see. Alright, so we get this, you get this, you get this, you get this. Maximum block chance. 80 flat life with leech. Shields and bucklers, 5% increase maximum life. Mana recovery, your companion is companions. 5% increased attack speed with combo. Glow regeneration. Aura magnitudes. Rune of foundation. Maximum mana on gloves and life. Okay. Damage removed from mana before life, 20%. But I mean, that is that is not good. Bada beam. Critical damage bonus. Maximum mana when you collect a remnant. Okay. 100 maces, 30% increased ignite magnitude. Rage effect, 10%. It's maximum 10 rage. Alright, so these unused. Oh, there are more in the game. They decided not to put them on. So crafted modifier, increased cooldown recovery rate. If you put, you get additional bonuses if you put these in. Oh, you get 3% mana if you put medwets in your body armor. You know. To those guys that you don't know what this thing is, this you put in body armor and you can roll additional modifiers now all of a sudden. And you know what one of these additional modifiers is? Look at this shit. You can roll up to 20% increased maximum mana on your body armor. Holy moly, man. That shit is freaking busted. Big time. Big time, by the way. Big time big. If you get that fractured and then you get double T1 ES on your body armor, Holy smokes, man, that is incredible. Then you can basically get immunity to crits on the suffix also if you want to. This freaking prefix is nice also, but like this one is so much better, right? Holy moly, you can get so much mana. I think I'm almost confident we're just completely skipping armor on this build. I don't think that investing into armor with this mana pool and mana regeneration and recovery, I don't think getting armor at this point makes any sense. Just get resistances and that's it. Like legit. Maybe get some sources of damage, physical damage taken as, to like fix the fizz also, and that's it. I mean, look at freaking this, man. Look at this. What about Berserk? You know what? I'm checking all of the. I don't care, man. I'm checking all of these. Literally every single one. See, maybe there's something busted in one of those. I checked them once, but I don't remember all of them. So this is on gloves. Marksman. Marks, projectile, critical hit chance, pierce, surpassing fire, additional projectile. Projectile? I wonder if this would work on Molten Shower. Level of projectile skills, level of this. Okay, this one we don't care. What's up, Pappy? James Bond. When I saw a maze for the first time, I wanted to see Mana Stacker made with it. Hoping to see what you can cook up. Look, damage, it's kinda... I have a similar feeling when I look at this maze to when I see the Nightfall, the shield. The numbers on these both items are just so high that there is definitely a very powerful build you can make with these. These are just some astronomical amounts of damage. Even without plus to skills from rare maces, this is just like insane damage on these maces. It really is. It really is insane amount of damage. So, yep. We'll use Rakiatas. On the next build I'm making, endgame, most likely. Sounds very good. Do you want Raven Touch 2 socket, uncorrupted, constricted command for around 60 divs? Switch to Elemental Coal Mage. Don't need already. No. I'm pretty much like at this point, this character is going to be put on hold. I'm currently working on the next project, so thank you for asking though. Sup, hi Abby. Alright, let's keep on going. Uthred's Sidorus. Oh, this is the one that we were crafting with earlier. So this is... okay. Berserkering mods on weapons. Okay, that's not gonna... wait, what? Destruction modifiers where? On weapons, okay. That's not gonna happen, obviously. On weapons you can get increased explicit... okay, I see. Some of them are very strong, I have to say. Some of them are incredibly strong. Then we have Voranas, which is helmets. Maximum rage up to 12. Okay. Damage for war cries. Effect. Ooh, it's pretty strong. Glory regeneration, rage gets efficiency. This thing. Inherent rage loss starts 5 seconds later. Bro, that's rage forever. Warcry speed, armor break duration, additional combo when you Warcry. Okay. I mean, this Medved's body armor thing is freaking insane. What the hell are these numbers, man? What is this? Sure, you lose 1 socket, but like, what is this? That is so insane. Okay. This one we didn't check yet. And that's it. And this one is Ignite Magnitude. Okay, this is for... nah. This is not for me. Aldous Legacy Mana Mod is a must. Was gonna buy a Mage Blade, but I'm so tanky now anyway, I feel like I don't need it. Cannot get my amulet though, fail like 10 fractures now. Oof. Tankiness wise, that is true. This character is like borderline. I don't remember last time I died. I really don't. Even this one shot when you fight the bosses from the, you know, before the Arbiter of Divinity, even this one shot mechanic, you can still survive with this guy. So, alright, let's take a look at the expensive shit late game. Nope. 15 res with armor applies to Ellie. Nope. That is a joke. 3 maximum rage, evasion rating, fire resistance, deflection rating equal to this. Armor while shapeshifted, plus 3 rage. I'm not gonna lie, some of these are ass. Unwavering stance. Yeah, you can't dodge roll. Imagine spending 150 divines to cannot be light stunned, and then you cannot dodge roll or sprint. What the hell? 5 rage, 1% increased movement speed. Okay, charges, Warcry, physical thorns, damage from hits taken as your damageable companions life before you. A bonded is 100 life. Okay. But we don't really care about life. We're not stacking life anymore, so we don't care about this. Armor, evasion, maximum energy shield, increased critical hit chance, and preserve presence. This thing, no. This thing, no. Cooling strike, no. This, no. No. Nope. No. Iron reflexes, no. Nope. 20%, 50% of damage blocked is recouped as mana. It's a shield. That's powerful for us, but nope. Gain 1% damage as fire per 2% block chance, 30% chaos resistance. Again, a shield. Nope. Life regen and another 50%, 50 flat. Nope. I mean, with this, you could get some insane amount of flat damage on a one-handed mace. Nope. Plus 2, plus 3 lightning skills. This one is freaking busted, by the way, and I bet that nobody's using it. Increases in reactions to minion attack speed also affect you. And this is pretty much the only way. Like, you can put it on the one-handed mace, right? And you can use this with this over here. And then you can stack very high amounts of rage on a shaman, for example. And then you can use berserk. And you can literally get like 100-something% attack speed with this notable and with this. You're stacking rage, so you're already getting shitload of damage from that. You can literally get like 100-something% attack speed from that. That is freaking insane. Insane. Let me calculate how much. So you get, I don't know, on a shaman, if you really want to stack maximum rage, I would say you can get 100 easy. You can most likely get 100. You can get like more on helmets and stuff like that. Let's just say 100. And then you get the bonus effect of rage. And then you get every 5 rage also grants 2% increased minion attack speed. So divide by 5 times 2. So it's 68% increased attack speed from this. Wow. That's crazy. 40% more damage, basically, on Hrinder's Hymn. Penetration, all level spell skills, guard, Titan theory craft, not Titan. We're theory craft, crafting mana stacking. Power charges 65 flat mana, maximum resistance, increased mana regeneration rate, spell damage, increment magnitude, arrow speed. This thing, nope, nope. I'm just going to be going over them quickly because once increased effect of secondary runes. Huh. Interesting. And there is this thing. I'll be honest, when it comes to... Well, there are some really good ones, for sure. Also, hold up a second. Did they remove Did they remove alders from this item? I swear I saw it before. It's not in the list. There. I swear I saw it before. Like a week ago or something. Did they remove that from the game? Huh? Oh, no, there it is. Found it. And the bonded is 50% damage. Is 15%. Wow. Here is the problem. This actually is not as good as you think, because you would be getting that bonus on only one weapon. So that kind of sucks when you think about it. That kind of sucks, actually. And it's 6 to 10. The default here is 8 to 12. So it's even less impressive, actually. It would still be a damage boost late game. Overall, you'll be getting massive amount of damage from that, don't get me wrong. But it's not like as broken. Can you socket it into unique? Yes, you can. So you get like 2 maces. If you use 2 maces all of a sudden, instead of doing, you know, this number on one of the maces, you'll be doing like 14 to what? 14 to 22. So one of your maces would have like actually like 3,000 flat damage, which is freaking insane. Insane amount of flat damage. Insane. Like mirror tier maces have like 1,000 flat fizz. This one would have 3,000. This one would have 3 times more damage than the mirror tier mace. That's hilarious, actually. That's actually hilarious. And we're not even talking about this broken shit. You know, there's an implicit that gives you a 300% increased freeze buildup, an upgrade. Just so you can anoint your helmet? Yes. Like, you touch anything with this mace and it's frozen. Anything. Literally, you just touch it. You can fart on it and it's gonna be frozen. Right? Bosses, pretty much the same. Insane. Absolutely insane. Alright, but long story short, the most interesting ones, like you would be getting like insane amount of mana from this rune here, right? If we actually wanted to go shaman, we would be getting crazy amount of mana from where is this thing? From this. This would be crazy, right? Because we could put we could have up to 3 sockets on those. We could get like 25% increased maximum mana on maces. That is ridiculous. For 2 points, honestly. For 2 points, honestly, that is ridiculous. Frozen farts. Gas preserves for later assault. And we would turn into Singed from League. Not enough gas. Certainly enough gas this time. So you're getting on this guy a lot of maximum mana from these potentially. You would lose like something else. But honestly, on weapons like these, like putting different runes doesn't make that much sense. Then you will get +1 to all skills from the 50% increased damage against rare unique enemies rune. And I would say that that's mostly it. In some places you would get some maximum mana or something like that, you know, some basic shit. You would be getting some bonuses, you know, 15 intelligence if you wanted to put for extra mana, then you would be getting, again, more mana. But the thing is that on this build, since we're not using this chest anymore, because it's not gonna work, I really need more life. I really don't, to be honest. We don't really need more life because we're gonna be 100% mom or almost 100%. If we can get 40% from maces, and we will, how much of this stat there is on the tree? Damage taken from mana before life. Damage taken from mana before life. So you get 8% here. Then you get 8. And this is, by the way, an incredibly good cluster for... This is an incredibly good cluster for us, generally speaking. So, so this would be 16, 24, 24, 28, 32, 40. So that's 80 with maces already. And then you can put a rune in your body armor for 95, and you're done. You're freaking done at this point. You don't even need anything else. You're done. So you'll be taking 5% of the damage into life, which is whatever. It doesn't matter. Oh, there is another 10% over here. And the mana recoup. Okay, so that's not a problem. That's not a problem in the slightest. Okay, so let's compare pros and cons. Also, I guess on Shaman you could be getting additional spirit. But, you know, Shaman just gets rage, right? Shaman just gets rage. So with rage effect, Shaman would be getting... Alright. Now, Mind of the Council. What does it get when it gets improved? Runic Ward, that sucks. Alright, let's see Crown of Ice. Crown of Ice has about 200 energy shield, some accuracy, and obviously this. Upgraded gets Runic Ward, so it gets worse. Here's the thing, guys. Invite, call your mom. I will give to you that Raven Touch Construct command. Nah, thank you guys for giveaways, but... Shame they nerfed Batarier's Vengeance, but I guess it was a bit too good before. Oh, Batarier's is still going to be an absolutely insane support for us. So don't you worry about that. We're gonna use that. But not gonna lie, like Shaman is looking better and better. Starts looking better and better for us, not gonna lie. And I don't know about Oracle, but Oracle also has potential. Because Oracle gets... Druid, Oracle. Will they start appearing when I get this? Oh yeah. That's nice. Let me see. $15 maximum rage he gets. This faster start of an inherent rage loss wouldn't be like a big problem at all. Dude, 21 maximum rage on this cluster. Yikes. Here's a shapeshift, he gets minions. He gets totem, something, increased skill effect duration, increased physical damage, that's no. Here's the duration. 21% of damage as extra chaos. %30 damage for everything. He's not messing around, dude. This guy. He doesn't have much stuff for mana, though. Alright, I think we just need to start putting this thing together. And start with Shaman, then we're going to experiment with, I think, the second best option, possibly, which is going to be Ritualist. I'll tell you what, guys, I think that Shaman is looking better right now. I think that Shaman is looking better, unironically. Alright, so the tree would need to look something like this. So, let's do a version first when we're completely ignoring armor, because I think that with like 10k mana or something, and this much mana recovery, the build is still going to be extremely tanky. So, investing into armor is probably a mistake. So let's just keep on going. So we're going to start with this. Cluster over here. I'm not going to be playing around with weapon sets for now. Let's just do, you know, like a basic setup. So let's go over here. Let's get these damage nodes here. And we definitely need to get to the jewel socket. Jewel socket for sure. Like, regardless of what's gonna happen, we'll be not this way. Regardless of what's gonna happen, we need to be getting these jewels, right? This is gonna be mandatory. Also, mana, energy, equipped, energy, shield, equipped. Oh, maximum. Okay, so this is for everyone. This is not bonded. Maximum mana per 2 energy item, energy shield, and equipped helmet. Okie dokie. I think we're still gonna need to equip one of the unique helmets. I think that helmet is not gonna happen. Like a rare helmet is not gonna happen. Rare body armor for sure, because you have this broken thing from Medvets that gives you up to 20% maximum mana. That is freaking busted as hell. You don't you want to be in stacking if you're going mana? Oracle is good for strength stacking emo. I don't think so. There is a Shaman and Pew Ninja with 17,000 mana, pretty nuts. Holy smokes. I'm not surprised. There is like absolutely insane amount of mana you can stack this patch. So also you can get so much more life. But anyways, let's get this. Boom. Here's the thing. I don't think we will actually be stacking intelligence. I actually don't think we will. And then obviously there is this mod that Crown of Ice would make absolutely insane, right? Absolutely insane. This mod alone would make it so that we could be stacking mana and not care about anything else. We would not care about percent damage with this. Percent damage would be solved automatically by just doing this. And on top of that, we would do this for even more percent damage and we're done. We're done with percent damage on this build. We're already gonna have like 600% increased damage. We're already done. So not gonna lie, Crown of Ice is kind of growing on me. It kind of is. Cultivated Rat Pits gives 6% spell damage per 100 mana, kind of like Node in the Tree. No, because you're losing a you're losing one mace, so I don't know about that. This is only for non-channeling spells. Is that going to convert to attacks? I'm not even 100% sure about that. It works despite the wording. I mean, that would be a ridiculous amount of increased damage, not gonna lie. But also that would mean that this thing over here that costs additional % of your life, this would be bypassed, right? Because you're using attacks. So this wouldn't do anything to us, which is kind of nice. I mean, that would be crazy amount of damage, right? Here's the thing. With this shield, with this thing over here, no, you still need to use... No, never mind. But Crown of Ice wouldn't help us with this or this. But it would work with this. So, I mean, I tell you what, man. Tell you what. This is interesting. Because with both of these, heavens forbid this will be corrupted for 7%. We will be getting 10% more increased damage per 100 mana. So that'll be like, assuming that we get 10,000 mana, that's like 1,000% increased damage. That's not balanced, gotta tell you what. But anyway, for now, let's just do this. Let's do this, obviously. And mana regeneration rate. This one for now, no. This one, I'm going to assume that yes. And then this one we would probably anoint because these nodes are very shit. So anointing that would save 4 passive points, and on top of that I wouldn't have to pap this way. So even better. Then we would probably want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Probably want to go this way. Get another jewel socket. Rage. Let me see the rage nodes real fast. This is only for shapeshifters, so that's not gonna work. Glory skill in the past 20 seconds, 50 maximum rage. This would be potentially potent. Pretty potent if I say so myself. Rage on melee hit, physical damage per rage. That's not gonna do. That's not gonna do. I guess also, I just realized that Crown of Ice additionally is going to convert this spell damage on these nodes. And these nodes are going to get very powerful. These would get really, really powerful, to be honest. All of a sudden. In the beginning here. The skill on the maces uses glory, so that rage node could be good. True. Again, 4 points for that, but it could be decent. These would be 16% increased damage small nodes. But once again, like, we would have already a lot, so I'll think about it. The good stuff is that we could use spell damage nodes on this side of the tree, and these would apply as as attack damage with Crown of Ice. So that's very powerful. Once again. Let me check one thing. Subvert spells you cast yourself. Tracking the mana you spend on them. Spending enough grants burst of mana regeneration and cast speed. 10 seconds and spending a total of maximum mana and supported skills. Okay, that's never gonna happen. So we can just ignore that, that's fine. Alright, so we would need to keep on going this way to get Giant's Blood. And there is a possibility that I would just need to keep on going this way in order to get probably something like this with maximum mana. This would be nice. these intelligence nodes, and probably this and this for reduced requirement costs. So if we're only stacking mana, and we're getting, if we really wanted to use Crown of Ice, which we probably will, because we're going to be getting percent damage from that, what do we really need? Is that just like pure mana stacking? Armor, no, because we're getting ES to get more mana. We need mana regeneration, potentially. We need something like Mana Leech, would be nice. It's just pure mana stacking. Like, mana is also going to give us percent damage. So we get flat damage from mana, we get percent damage from mana, we get tankiness from mana. Getting some speed would be nice. Getting some speed would be nice. So we would need to get this cluster for sure. We would need to get taken mana. We would need to get this cluster for sure. This cluster is insane. This cluster is 15% attack speed and mom at the same time. Incredibly good cluster. Oh, and the attack speed is here. Would you look at that? Even better. And other than that, we just freaking want mana, dude. We just literally want mana. Attack speed is going to be quite important, at least some of it. 60% in dull cold, unaffected by chilled ground. These are really nice 3-pointers. Not gonna lie. This amount of lightning would actually shock people, I think. We get a home, a family, and a job from mana too. Imagine if there was a tree, if there was a passive on a tree that gave you extra magic find per 100 mana. Holy smokes, would be new Haroon's favorite notable on the passive tree. Okay, this jewel socket for sure. I have to say also that we're getting a dangerous amount of jewel sockets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7, 8 jewel sockets. Probably this cluster too. Man, this build, like, honestly looks so broken, man. Like, it's gonna be broken in my opinion. This would be nice. That's 3%, but no, you can't get that. What about these notes over here? Elemental damage is extra cold and cold pen. And without Rakyatas, this is also very powerful, to be honest. You know, there's so many good clusters here, I bet, that I've, you know, haven't seen before. Spell damage, reduced cast speed. I mean, look at this. That's 60% damage for a couple points, if we wanted to get that. What else? But we don't need damage, man. We don't freaking need damage. We don't need damage at all. We don't need percent damage on this build. We don't. That's the thing. The only really crazy clusters would be spell damage. Oh, this one is pretty good. But the only... Okay, for 3 points, this is pretty decent. It's actually very decent for 3 points. But the only really good ones would be spell damage and attack damage at the same time, because it double dips. So something like these. These would be 16% increased damage per. Yeah. It would be nice. Oh, and of course, for weapon sets, we will need to have, like, at this point, the weapon set number 1, partially the reason why we were pathing this way is because we would need to be getting area skills on our way. For area to feel good and for Herald of Ice to feel good. That'll be absolutely mandatory. So this is why we're pathing this way. Also to get Giant's Blood, obviously, to be able to dual wield maces. I think that dual wielding maces is still going to be better than using rat pits. Because you get, like... Let me think about it. For what I want to do, I think it's going to be better. Because you're getting double projectiles from Molten Blast also. You get this. You get this. You get more sockets. It's not irrelevant. You get more sockets also. I think this one would still be better. Like dual wielding those would still be better. Tulip Slam or not Tulip Slam? No. I'll be Molten Blasting with this. You do Molten Balls with the circle support and make snowballs everywhere. Yeah. Like with this implicit, every single touch, even from these small balls for Molten Blast, everything is going to get frozen and proc Herald of Ice. Everything. If you're playing Molten Blast, Gemling is the best choice. I think Gemling for this build is going to be slightly overrated, but I could be wrong. Sure, this is powerful, but it's not as powerful as you think. I think that Shaman is like freaking GOAT. You just get this, boom. That's crazy already. And then you get like Perma Rage, that's insanely good. And then you get damage reduction, boom. Says you have something for defense, something for everything. I think Shaman is looking really hot right now. Smoking hot. I like how this tree is looking right now. I kind of like it. We're basically converting all of our... I like it, dude. We have very solid amount of attack speed too, about 40%. Can get some more somewhere else. I like this. Can get more on gloves easily. It's up to like 55%. And then with Mage Blade you get in total like 100% attack speed. That's gonna be more than enough to make it feel good. I'm sure. That's gonna be more than enough to make it feel good. Let me see if I'm missing something crazy. More maximum lightning damage. Energy shield, obviously not good. This is a little bit of mana, but, you know, not that important. It seems like if all the points were invested into strength, like getting the requirements needed for dual... How much, hold on. Okay, we need 489. So with these 3 points, it would be like 400... But this is without jewels yet. We have crazy amount of jewels. I don't think that we could use any of those to do timeless jewels because they're not in good spots. But regular jewels are crazy too. So that's not a big problem. We have access on weapon set number 1 to all the area in the world, so that's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. The thing is that we don't need to run Shaman necessarily. It can be something else. This is like the initial idea, right? Infernal Cry, 40% more area, plus Embiter, Molten Blast, 2 additional projectile, Sleep Slam, more area. But the only way to be using Molten Blast, and with Herald of Ice, I don't think that having more projectiles with Molten Blast is going to change anything, because we're going to be single Molten Blast, and the screen is going to go poof. It's gonna be gone. I don't think that projectile is going to change much. So, sure, they look extremely powerful on paper, but we need to take into consideration, like, how much use of that we're actually going to have, in my opinion. actually how useful these are going to be. Okay, what about Mana Leech? Because Mana Leech is going to be something that we will need to have. Okay, so there's another Jewel Socket, by the way. Mana Leech, increase maximum energy shield, increased amount of mana leached. So we would need to get Mana Leech on a suffix, for example, on gloves or... Oh my lord. Dude, I forgot that there is this mod also. Bro, we could get like 10% maximum mana on kill also. For insane mana recovery. Unaffected by chill while leeching mana. Whoa. Damn. That is big. That is very big. Holy smokes, man. Bro, this build is not gonna be balanced, man. What? Like 3k mana leech per second with regeneration. Like what? This is not gonna have balanced tankiness or balanced damage at all. We have 9 jewel slots. You could potentially like even run Adorned with this. Know how broken this would be with Adorned? The Bonded Mind Runes sound crazy. You'll be getting Mana Leech with the Bonded Mind Runes on weapons. Oh, you're right. We don't need to. We don't need freaking Mana Leech because we get this. We get this for free. Get 5% mana and the leech is freaking done. We don't give a shit anymore. You're right. We don't need that. That's hilarious. The best part about this is that these weapons will actually be doing some... Well, you could still use support. These weapons are still doing decent amount of physical damage, but you could totally be using supports. Support that gives you your Mana Leech also comes from elemental damage now. They added support like that this patch. So you're just done. Hey, Jewel's Sacrifice of Mind lets you overflow mana to 50%. By reducing... Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be that good, to be honest. Very unlikely. What's up, Mother? One thing though, does the mana that overflow, let's just say you have 10,000 normally, it will overflow to like 12,000 or whatever. Does this count as maximum mana? Because I don't think it does. I don't think I don't think your maximum mana is what you have, like just max amount, not the one that overflows, right? It does, yeah. So it absolutely makes no sense to overflow your mana with this build. It doesn't make sense. I don't think. Alright, let's put some items in. So we have... No. No. It's not in the POB yet. We have to... I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Crown of Ice. Boom. We want Crown of Ice with 2 sockets. Boom. Then we want... It could be a full mana all the time. That's... I mean, look. There is opportunity cost, always, to everything that you do. There's something that will be even potentially the 50% less mana regeneration rate, which would kind of suck. It's only mana recovery from regeneration that would overflow our maximum mana. I don't know about that. Any of those like potentially better? Nope. What about the other timeless jewels? These are also not going to be great. This would be nice, but we don't get any energy shield, so that doesn't do anything. Then you get this, which doesn't do anything for us, and this doesn't do anything for us. So that's blue Molten Blast for eye candy. What skills you're thinking? I was thinking about Molten Blast. I think a Molten Blast, while dual wielding those, is going to work just great. Alternatively, you could use one mace and put Rat Pits for crazy damage boost again. Not gonna lie, like damage-wise, Rat Pits might sound a little bit better, but I think that dual wielding those is going to give you great clear. It's going to give you 6 projectiles from Molten Blast. That's number 1. Number 2, it's going to give you great amount of mana. And, you know, you get 40% more damage by default. You get this. So you don't have to worry about damage taken from mana before life. You're going to have almost 100%. It's hard to say, man. It's legitimately hard to say. You also lose rune sockets. So for Shaman, for sure... For Shaman, I don't think it's worth it. For other classes, maybe. For Shaman, I don't think it's worth it because Shaman is also going to be getting increased damage from Rage, a lot of it. So I don't think it's worth it for Shaman. Gemling is the best choice, Emo. I think that Gemling sucks for this build, for this idea, generally speaking. I don't think that Gemling has anything that is necessarily interesting here. I'm not going to be stacking intelligence, so this sucks. This only gives you requirements of gems, so this absolutely blows ass. This is for the most part whatever. This is strong, but for what I'm trying to do here, it's overrated. And this is once again extremely whatever. There is not a single node on Gemling that works necessarily super well with what I'm trying to achieve here. We're not going to be stacking int. We're going to be getting flat mana from ES on gear and other sources. And either bonded modifiers from this guy or from this guy, which we're gonna theory craft this tree soon, by the way, because that is also very interesting. The thing is that the starting area for Ritualist is also not bad, because you're very close to these nodes that you probably want to get anyway, and you're just kind of close to what you... Ritualist is also bad. Gemling arguably has the worst starting point for this build. So you need to go through these nodes, all of them providing you literally nothing. Gemling has the worst starting point. Even Titan is better, I think. Well, I mean, Warrior also kind of sucks. This one is good. This one is decent. And this one obviously would be good. Like, Witch would be good, for sure. Witch would be like... And also Monk is good. So these 4 are good. These 2 are bad, actually. Varashta, best starting point. But Varashta doesn't have anything that really supplements what I'm trying to achieve here. What does she have? Okay, that doesn't matter for us. That is completely useless. Then she has these things. I don't care. That's not useful. Then she gets these things. That is completely useless. Not good for me. She doesn't have anything that makes the build like just freaking puts oomph to it, you know what I mean? when you're building a character around a stat stacking or like, you know, attribute stacking in this archetype, you really want to pick an ascendancy that's gonna put it to the next level. And I don't think that Gemling does that at all. I don't think that anything here like pushes it to the next level. Varashta is completely useless in comparison. Well, this guy is... That's not enough. That's definitely not enough. This guy would be crazy when it comes to damage, because you take this, and she'll be like, holy smokes, she'll be doing some crazy shocks and freezing absolutely everything. But that's not enough, for sure. The thing is that mana scales so hard that literally the more mana you get, the better. Because from mana comes your damage, your flat damage, and your tankiness. Through mana, you scale literally everything. And Shaman gets a shitload of freaking mana because of bonded modifiers. He gets a lot. Ritualist, in my opinion, gets even freaking more. But there's one problem with Ritualist. Apart from getting extra ring and this, she's useless. That is garbage. That is garbage. That is garbage. All of these are freaking garbage. And that's a problem. All of them. All of them are garbage. This is incredibly overpowered. And all of these are garbage. That's the problem. Check which. What ascendancy? She could be useful because we're getting a decent amount of life. But I don't think that's better than Shaman. Not even close. Blood Mage. Not even close. And the Witch. You can't do Witch with this. You can't. You just can't. So none of these are great. I think it's legitimately Shaman or Ritualist. Like, literally. There's no other options. Occultist? What do you mean Occultist? There isn't such a class in the game. We have Occultist in PoE 1. Unholy Might nodes? On a Lich, right? You mean this. When you're not on low mana, you and allies in your presence gain Unholy Might. You lose 5% maximum mana per second. Increased magnitude. I mean, I get that, but... This is powerful, but... So what? You get a Jewel, you get a lot of chaos damage. You get a Jewel. That kind of freaking sucks, by the way, because you have 50% more mana costs already. So that's not great. And then you get... Okay, you get 6% mana, which is nice. I'll give it to you. And then you get something else, right? And that's what you get. I mean, look, that's like... That's crazy amount of chaos damage, but... Is it better than this? I don't know. Shaman is looking better and better. I agree with that. I think Shaman is looking crisp. Crisp as hell, fellas. Shaman is looking very crispy. I really want to see how ridiculous amount of mana you would get on this guy, though. But holy bonded modifiers on Shaman are freaking broken. 5% mana per rune slot. +1 to all skills on one rune. With 50% increased damage. Like, what? Now, we didn't even get to, like, Alder's, you know, things. When you show the Bonded Mind Rune plus Alder Body Rune or whatever that gives 20%, it's gotta be clear Ritualist. No, this thing from Medvets, you can get on everyone. Everyone can get that. And then, by the way, we're going for this, in case anyone was wondering. We're going for this 100%. We're crafting... The funniest part about this is that it should be actually pretty cheap to craft. Because you just get this on body armor with 3 sockets. You fracture it. And then you just need double T1 ES. And you're pretty much done. You're pretty much done after that. Then you're gonna slam some resistances and you're done. Really. You're really done after that. Alright. So. Let's start putting some equipment in. Will Rare beat this? Not even close. Not even close. I mean, good Rare will destroy these. Armor and evasion with what we're trying to do is completely useless. We're going to be focusing on mana when it comes to our defenses. I don't think that trying to scale armor makes any sense here. So, no. No. I mean, look at this. Body armor. Energy shield. What is like the highest energy shield chest you can get? Occultist map. No. Whatever, I'm just gonna craft. Body armor, pure ES. Feathered raiment. Oh. Energy shield recharge rate. Mana regeneration rate. 50%. That would be probably nice. Flowing raiment. Boom. I don't know if this is the highest base, but 3 sockets. And then we get... We get something like maximum energy shield with energy shield, boom, 620. That looks a little bit low. This is without runes yet, but... And I don't know, some int, some resistances, whatever. Just ignore resistance for now. Add to build, and then one of the prefixes would be 20% increased maximum mana from Medved. Hold on, let me see how much. Out of curiosity, maybe this is going to be easier to be copying, pasting items from the market. I think it could be. So maximum mana. Just say 15% and 700 energy shield. Did someone craft something like this? Oh yeah, people are crafting those big time. People are crafting those big time. By the way, these are extremely overpriced. Extremely overpriced. I would craft something like that for probably 10 divines. I'm positive. These are absolutely disgustingly overpriced. That being said, as you can see, you can get about 800 ES from something like that. So I'm just gonna copy paste that. Oh, oops. Oh no. Just gonna copy paste this. Edit. Boom. Why won't it copy it? I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on. Doesn't even say copy to clipboard for some reason. Not sure if that's gonna work, but maybe. No. Is it because that is TFT extension? Maybe. I don't know. But it used to work all the time. Screw it. Let's do something like that manually. Now, but I really want to make this work. This is gonna save so much trouble. I don't know, maybe it's because... No, but it still should work. There was another shortcut in PoB to do this. Anyone remembers what that was? There was another way to copy items from here. I don't remember what the... How you were doing it. If you went Shaman, could you offhand for 6 socket 1 for 1500 flat mana and 90% increased mana? That's not gonna happen. Hold on, craft an item. Doesn't matter what base it is. No, but it's just it's simply not copying this thing, right? It's simply just not copying it. The button doesn't work. So that kind of sucks. What if I just pasted these modifiers? Add to build. Okay. That's a little bit better. But this method teaching is not going to work either, right? Nope. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. What's up, Mary? Doing my guy, very nice. Theory crafting the mana stacker. Oracle is good too if you can save so many points with impossible escape built in. We'll be, you know, working on this guy too. Try to copy with item name, everything from top to bottom. Let's see. Okay, that works. With the name included. Okay, and this is without implicit. Okay, that kind of works. Okay, good point. Thank you for that, Trasmer. Not sure why this button doesn't work, but it's fine. You thinking going for a new 10,000 mana thing or just random skill? No. We're going to be going with maces, actually. We're going to be going with maces. I mean, that means that we should be able to do this mace the same way, right? Empyrean. Twisted Empyrean. Are there ones available for with 3 sockets? This is actually pretty important. They are. They're not even that expensive. Well, this implicit is completely useless. But let's try to copy something like this. Mace. Boom, boom. The rolls on that are not great, but that's like ridiculous amount of build up, so it's fine. Dude, we're sitting at 3,000 mana already. Let's improve this number though a little bit to, like, I don't know, a little bit more here, a little bit more here. Crit we don't care about. Okay, save. Next up, gloves. Next up, gloves. And gloves I could just craft over here, I think. It's fine. Gloves we could do something like... We want mana. Tier 1. We want double energy shield. Not these, hold up. This PoB 2 compared to PoB 1 is so underdeveloped yet. I guess doing it and copying from the trade is better because at the same time you see if the item actually exists. So, I mean, that's kind of fine. Gloves. Then we can obviously craft them ourselves, don't get me wrong. Alright, getting gloves like these is going to be extremely easy. Try 255. A little bit more expensive, but still okay. With attack speed. Let's just do this, for example. It's fine for now. These are far from perfect, but for now it's okay. So the mana goes up to 3.4k. Now boots. Same story pretty much. I don't even remember if there is like anything crazy you could get on boots or some crazy good unique items. On boots though, we're gonna need to go lower on energy shield because we're gonna need movement speed as well. We're not gonna do it without movement speed for sure. Okay. Corrupted is fine, doesn't matter. Resistances don't matter. We can put resistances on every single piece of gear. That's not gonna be a problem. So resistance is gonna be easy. Something like that. Okay, now we're getting to the interesting part. I'm pretty sure I'll be crafting rings myself from scratch because I don't know if you guys know, but they added new bases to the game, and one of those bases is this. Bada beam, bada boom. Wait. Maybe here? Oh, no. Here. I got this. We have new bases in the game, and one of those is 6% increased maximum mana. And this is, I think, way better than the breach rings. Even the 25% quality is going to lose compared to this, right? Because you get 25% quality, so you get like 6% from your ring. So you're gonna get like 1% extra, but this will give you... These are definitely the best. These are definitely the best if you're going for the mana stacking archetype. So. So. Morning ring. I'm going to assume that the ones that they're gonna show... Oh, there's a lot of them. Maximum mana percent with mana. I don't know, 155. Show me what you got in here. 6%. There's the one with 40% mana quality modifiers. Oh, you know what? Even these wouldn't be that horrible, but I think I'll be crafting those in the future. Pretty sure I can craft something better than that. Alright, let's try 8%, like 222. Like a better one. There we go, that's what I'm talking about. This one is not horrible. Increase effect of Arcane Surge. I don't know though, what would the last prefix be that would be good for us. The last prefix is kinda a mystery to me. Prefixes are important, and there is mana, there is percent mana, and there is what. This is useless. All of these are trash. Rarities, no comment. Percent damages are really whatever. Flat is trash. We have insane amount of flat. Then these. This is for spells only. Damage taken from mana before life. That's useful. Spell damage on Genesis tree. Up to 39%. That's better. That's much better. Arcane Search we're not gonna have. Mana efficiency. Curses. And then the desecrated mods. Remnants. Nope. And then we already have that. We have already enhanced modifiers, so that's not gonna happen. Not gonna lie, guys, there aren't too many great prefixes at that point. Which means that we don't really need to care. I guess. We don't really need to care at this point. So it's fine. So let's just find like a really good one here. Spell damage, 31 strength, cold, some of that. Perfect, 40%. This and that. You know what? I'm just gonna copy this. It's far from perfect, but it will do for what we were looking for. I would do this ring differently, but it you know, this does its job. Also, this would be boosted to 8%. Boom. So these rings, ladies and gentlemen, put us 6.2k already. Damn. Damn is all I'm gonna say. What runes did this guy have with increased elemental damage with attacks? So we're gonna drop that. We're gonna drop that completely from both of those. And we're gonna save. And we're gonna do... Oh, we're gonna do this, I guess. Stun threshold is fine. Both of these, unfortunately, are completely useless, but that's fine. Here we would probably get stats. Here we would get mana recovery from flasks. And here we would get... attributes, most likely. Okay. And then custom modifiers plus... So how many we're gonna use? We're gonna use one rune in weapon that gives us 50% attack damage versus rare and unique, and +1 to all skills, because it's way too busted not to use it. So we have like plus 25% increased mana. 25% increased mana. Okay, so that puts us at 7.2k. Man, the dream of getting 10,000 is definitely getting closer and closer. This is already, honestly, freaking insane amount of damage. But let's keep on going. We have Amulet and Belt. Amulets are big. Amulets are big, by the way. Items. Mom Breach mod, you can desecrate it. Also not bad, but we're already pretty much at 100% with this tree over here. So I'm not 100% sure if we're going to need more. But we'll think about that. This is like, it's not going to be obviously min-max or anything like this. This is just like, you know, what we're trying to achieve here. The general idea. Alright, so the base amulets. First of all, I'm not going to lie to you. I am going to check the uniques, because why not? So, also for the rings, I guess you could get... Nah, I mean, Dream Fragments is definitely not better than a rare at this point. Dream Fragments is not better. So for the amulets, we have maximum life, maximum mana, increased critical hit chance. There is Astromantis potentially, but I don't know about this. Okay. Maximum mana. Yoke of Suffering. Astromantis is decent. 3 instilled modifiers. It's not trash, for sure. This is not gonna happen. This is not gonna happen. And there's only so little unique amulets in this game. But there's more. There's more, man. You know, the reduced maximum life wouldn't matter for us. We would be immune to stuns. Would be kinda nice. And there is this thing. 100% damage taken from mana before life. But we don't need to sacrifice an amulet slot for this. Alright, on to the bases. So the best base for us would be... I'll be honest, it would be probably this one. A socket. Because I'm 99% sure that this will be the best base. Because we could put a rune that gives us mana. Here, straight up. And there is on Druid, on Shaman, 3% mana maximum. Really? Helmet. There was this rune somewhere that worked. No, that wasn't a rune. That was in not an idol. That was something else. But still, this would be pretty good, I think. Eternal Rage Amulet. I very much doubt that. The Rage, especially if you're playing Shaman, is not a problem at all. And you lose 1 prefix and 1 suffix. That sucks, man. That sucks. I don't know if this is better than just, for example, something like this. Amulets are extremely powerful in this game. Amulets have stuff like all attributes, crazy amount, by the way. Amulets have crazy amount of life and mana on them. Amulets have +3 to skills. A lot of spirit, other shit. Like, amulets are so strong. Losing this, I think that these, generally speaking, are extremely overrated. Like, bro, you lose 1 prefix, in most cases that's already 50 spirit. A T1 prefix is 50 spirit. So you're already, like, it's already half of this. It's already half. And you lose the implicit, and you lose suffix. I think that these are overrated. These breach ones are legitimately overrated. I think this wins. I think this wins. Oh, let me see over here. That's gonna be easier. Helmet. So we would get additional rune. Oh, but it's not gonna show me bonded modifiers here, right? Oh, never mind. It's not gonna show me bonded modifiers here. I mean, straight up, you could do perfect mind rune. I mean, look at this. Greater, perfect mind rune. You're putting in there. And you're getting 50 mana. And you get 70 mana from that. From perfect. This is definitely better implicits than the others. It's definitely better than 15 to int. To D. It's 70 flat mana. Just like that. It's gotta be the best. Because this helmet is going to count as armor, right? These are all armors. And I bet you could maybe find something even better. So... easy choice right there, in my opinion. So, let's craft an amulet. But before that... modifiers... amulets. Look how crazy amulets are, guys. Look at this. So you're getting almost 200 mana without the quality yet. Almost 200 mana. Then you get 8%, which is going to turn into 11 with quality. Then you get all of these, you know, spirit is very good, rarity of items found, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This is whatever, all that stuff. But these are crazy good. Then you get all attributes, which is very good for this build, because we will need strength, and intelligence is, dexterity also is chance to hit, so it's not useless either. Then you get one of the most broken stats in the game, this thing. And this will work nicely on maces, on mace skills, so this is huge. Then you get recoup is great. This is amazing, by the way. Very, very strong. Then you get high resistances, very good. Losing suffixes and prefixes to get the permanent aura freaking sucks. How do you plan to get 500 strength? I already have 426 and I didn't even try to like get a lot of it yet. This is with 9 open sockets for jewels. 9. So getting that strength is not going to be a big problem. Can always get also... Hold up. You can also get these notes. Every single one is going to reduce the strength requirements by 20. So that's not bad. This is not going to be an issue, I don't think. What skills are you using for the build? Just came to the stream. For clear, Herald of Ice, Molten Blast, most likely. Double Empyreans, damn freaking right. You know how hard this build is going to be hitting? Guys, you're gonna fart on bosses and they're gonna vanish like, you know, they're gonna disappear, like get reduced to atoms, pretty much. All right, let's keep on going. Physical damage gain is cold. So this is for minions. This is for minions. Spell damage up to 39%. Spells, curse magnitudes, damage from... Okay, so he gets this one again. Spell damage during any flask effect, 55%. Arcane Surge. Okay. And these modifiers... they're okay. But the most important thing that we're looking for is something like that. Amulet, maximum mana, please 10% with quality, mana, I don't know, 255, something like this. Plus 3 minion skills. Obviously, for what we're looking for, ignore these prices. This is completely irrelevant. We'll be crafting amulet from scratch ourselves, most likely. What I'm looking for is the stats that we... I just need to get mana and that's it. Just to, you know... Let's copy this, whatever. Just to simulate having, like, you know, decent amount of mana on an amulet, and that's all. That's fine. That doesn't even include a different base, so it's just like whatever. So that jumps us to 8.2k mana, and we're still having a belt. And oh boy, when it comes to belts, things could get interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I think that possibly one of the best belts for this build would be this. Did we give up on Nightfall build? What do you mean give up? I didn't even start thinking about it. My next project that I had on mind was the mana stacking. So this is what I'm working on right now. So I'm not gonna lie, I think one of the best belts, apart from Mage Blood obviously, would be unironically ingenuity. Oh, this is only for rings. This doesn't work on amulets. I might take that back then. It unironically in that case could be Darkness Enthroned. This item bonuses as equipped helmet, gloves, boots, shield, body armor. Man, something tells me that you could do something crazy with this on Shaman. You know why, boys? Because on Shaman, this will count towards bonded modifiers you get from the rune too, right? How much budget do you have? If necessary, I'm gonna sell Mage Blood, and you know I'm gonna have like 1,000 diffs, so not a big deal. Like I've been honestly farming like around 150 to 200 diffs, just doing like chill abyss farming every day. So currency is not a problem. But Darkness Enthroned, my friends.
Yeah, buddy. Wait. Yep.
Darkness Enthroned.
Yep.
Not going to lie about this. This sounds very powerful. Because Darkness Enthroned would give us 2 of these, literally. 2 of any of these, and they would get boosted by 100%. That is freaking big. So let me scroll through these one more time. Not gonna lie, guys, I think that Shaman is going to be better than Ritualist. Ritualist is most likely going to get higher amount of mana in total. But holy smokes, Shaman might be the way to go. Shaman might be the way to go. Hold up, is there a better way of searching through these? I only want body armors. That's not gonna work. I only want body armors. Okay, let's do it this way. So these are all the runes. Every single one of those on body armors is going to be 20 life, 20 mana. That is not impressive for now. That's runes. Sulk, no. Okay, and okay, that's about it. Damn it. Can you put armor in the search bar at the top of the page? Body armor. That's brilliant, my friend. I didn't even know that the search bar was there. So empyrean must be improved with rune word. Legacy. For what I'm going for, I mean, generally speaking, yes, because these modifiers are absolutely insane. I mean, here you have an implicit. You basically lose nothing. You gain implicit 300% increased freeze buildup. Like, what the hell is that? You know what I'm saying? Then you have something like, well, here you're with this one, you're basically going to be doing almost pure cold damage, which is nice. It's not trash. This one increases your damage like crazy, but makes your attack speed slower, so that kind of sucks. But I think that this one is like one of the best. Having at least one of those is going to be crazy strong. And for the other ones, I would need to honestly do calculations in Path of Building and see which one is going to be most efficient. If we could convert all of our physical damage to cold easily, then that's busted. And honestly, guys, Shaman grows on me. You know what Shamans also get? Shamans gets this. Holy moly, man, that's that's disgusting. Like 30% on the support, damage is cold. On top of that. Alright, anyway. Body armors. Oh my lord. Bro, you get 16% of maximum life converted to energy shield, which is going to be mana basically. on Darkness Enthroned. And 30% damage taken from mana before life also. Okay, is that gonna work the way I think it does? No. Damn it. Okay, something is giga wrong in here. I still get Energy Shield, even though it should be getting converted with Eldritch Battery. So... the heck is going on? Maybe it's not gonna work that way, I'm not sure. Maybe it will give a... I mean, frankly, like, we're not getting almost any life, so frankly this is not as strong. Let's just keep on scrolling for now. Body armors, resistance. Armor per spirit. Okay, maximum energy shield equal to 50% total strength. I mean, with plus 40 strength on top of that. Camas, bada beam. Thorns. Thorns damage is lucky. A touch of God. Heck yes. Big. 10% increased spirit, that would be. Stun threshold. Alright guys, I have a big question that could be potentially game-changing. Do other legacies and these modifiers from those, do they work with this line? It's an argument item, right? Do they work with this? Think Ancestral Cry would convert the fist to fire, then the mace skills we convert to cold. Even though works is probably a better way. Here's the thing. Is Ancestral Cry a mace skill? Can only use it with maces? It's not. So that doesn't work. Oh wait, hold on a second. It doesn't say anywhere that you need to use a mace. No, it's a war cry. It's not a mace skill. I don't think. They work with the new wands. I believe they would work in the belt also. Oh shoot. I mean, that would get really pricey, but what could we get with this? Shields, wands. Can only use body armors, helmets, boots, and gloves. I don't think there is anything particularly overpowered in here. I mean, you could put you could put Legacy Arian's Cobble for 60 accuracy, 20 life, 20 mana, 20 rarity, 20% critical hit chance, 10 attributes, 10 all res, 6 life per second, 40 armor, 40 evasion, and 40 energy shield. Could do that, I guess, if you wanted to. You get helmet for double unwavering stance, so you can't dodge roll, you can't sprint, and what you can't after you get a second one, well, you can't shit anymore. Plus 100 attributes and 200 life on Grey Make. Decent. Mana regen. I don't know about Darkness Enthroned. I'm not 100% sure about this. Mageblood later in the game probably still the best, because Mageblood is like freaking busted. That Darkness Enthroned with the Legacy's big brain. Yeah, look, like the 100 to all attributes would be very good, because like that's by default 200 mana, and then you're still left with 1. So that would be strong, but I need to check. Hold on, in a second we're going to check. Item gains bonuses from seconded items as those boots. Oh, so there's... Oh. I'm going to check in a second, but I'm going to take like literally like a 5-minute break, boys. So one second. There are some options though, and I think for Ritualist, generally speaking, the best option would be to get the belt from the Ritual boss, right? That's like busted, but we're gonna experiment with that in a second. Alright, man. Bro, I gotta say, I've been vaguely following your build. Playing Brutus this season is easily the most smooth time I've had, and I played 2,000 hours this game. Thank you. Yo, thank you very much, Corrupt. Very much appreciate that you enjoyed it. You know, guys, what content creators are here for. Just to make your experience more smooth. I'm glad that I could help. Alright. So, belt... Oh, oops. Belt modifiers. So first of all, we have this thing, which is probably the best belt slot, the best belt implicit you could think of. I'm going to go ahead and say that there's nothing better. Yeah, this gotta be the best. This is additional rune slot, period. So this is already better than other options. Not being able to shit hammer is it's a big one. Belt can go 122 also. True. Oh, these would be like insanely expensive. Belts. Alright, so when it comes to belts, we do have mana. Pretty low mana though, 124. So that's not the highest. Of course, we do get resistances. We could get a corruption also. And then when it comes to these... 5% damage. Oh, okay. When it comes to these, nothing special. All the minions. Maximum energy shield up to 89. The Genesis crafting tree, that is effectively 89%, excuse me, and 89 flat mana. That is not useless. There is a mana regeneration rate that is also good. And damage from taken from wow, so much of this stat. Here we have charms, thorns, maximum mana as armor. Dude, maximum mana as armor? That would be like 1,000 armor, which is completely useless for us, but we're not gonna do anything with this, but it's a decent amount right there. Something to keep in mind. There is mana regen. Okay. I don't think there is a space for a unique belt like that. We would need to do a rare for sure, and this would need to be like this caster tree belt on top of that, with maximum ES, with mana regen, with resistances, I think. So let's see if we have something like that available here. Following your build, it was a tank bear back in 0.4. Originally swayed me on playing the game in it as a tanky character. Your build always works even on the budget. Very much appreciated. I'm really glad. I guess it's kind of ironic because my guides and stuff like that, I don't put really in my guides like a super specific information like in this one. Just basic shit, right? Like the most basic information what you can put in there. But on the other hand, my builds are kinda, I guess, new player friendly, because it always feels better to like play while being tanky and not having to dodge all the time and like dying all the time. And I only basically make tanky characters. To me, if I make a glass cannon that dies easily, that's a freaking failed build. That's how I feel in the RPGs. Yo, Vorpal, thank you very much for 3 months. Thank you very much for working with Twisted Empyrean. I've tried and failed miserably. Oh, we're gonna cook something good here. It's not like anyone interested needs 100 divs at the start to even try it. That is true, although not every build is going to be like that. I've made builds that required a lot of currency in the past. Okie dokie. Bro, we still have 9 duel slots and we're sitting at 8.2 thousand mana already. That is freaking crazy. And this is without like, this gear is, you know what I'm saying. There is no runes here yet. So there's 2 rune slots extra on top of that. Alright. belts. So we want belt with mana regeneration, mana, and what else? Maximum energy shield. I don't know, 111, 44, 77. There's one like that. You know what? I don't really care about suffixes. Literally just for the sake of seeing how much mana we can get on Shaman, I'm just gonna slap this bad boy in. I don't really... It doesn't need to be super precise. It needs to be more or less. So the amount of mana goes to only 400 extra. Alright, how does this compare? How does this compare with Ingenuity? Like a good roll Ingenuity. How does this compare? But Ingenuity obviously means that you lose resistances. I mean, not really. You will still gain some res, I guess. But so Ingenuity gives you 600 mana in comparison. But keep in mind that this belt, we're also gonna have a socket in there. I'll be on. I don't think that Ingenuity is worth it. I don't think it is. Squishy builds definitely ramp up the rage factor, just looking to be chill. That's true. People love Mr. Carnarius. That's debatable. Isn't the Lich the tankiest character with damage bypass and energy shield? Noticeable that it says energy shield can't recover above armor. Is Lich the tankiest character in the game? Debatable, but for the mana stacking archetype, it's you're not gonna make this work because we want to convert all of our energy shield into mana. So our energy shield is our mana source. So it's not gonna work this way. I mean, Ingenuity kinda can work, but not on this build. Alright, now sockets. We need to get sockets. Oh boy, this is gonna be interesting. Now, once again, this is not ideal because here you would have 2 sockets. On the belt you would have 1. On amulet you would also have 1. So you would get, this number would go higher for sure, without a shadow of doubt. Like every single one of those items is like not perfect, right? But you know, that gives us more or less an idea of what we could expect. All of these items have 1 socket instead of 2, so for Shaman that's a big deal. Also, so yeah. Now jewels, and this is gonna get crazy. So I don't think that in the beginning I'm even going to be considering stuff like voices or adorned. I don't think we're gonna be doing stuff like voices or adorned, let's be honest. Also, how much rage do we have on the character right now? I didn't put... Yeah, with this we would have like 44. With this we would have like 44, I think. About 44. Okie dokie. Up they buff armor next league. I bet they will. So many people complain about the armor. Like armor is like already so strong. This character, I literally invested like maybe 20 passives into armor on this character. It's completely unkillable. He survives through the one-shots of these bastards, like the Citadel bosses that give you fragments for the Arbiter of Divinity. He survives that. He's like as tanky as it gets. Rare with a ring that drains mana, for example. You need to run. You think that these guys are gonna live when we have like 3,000 flat cold damage on this character? They're not gonna live long enough. Did you end up using these vol things that give you armor based on how much damage you receive when it goes into helmet? No. And this would be another... This would make the character even tankier, by the way, if I used one of those. This is very strong. What is better, Rite of Passage Charm for defense, Bear or Ox? I use Bear. Ox is also good. It's honestly hard to say. Honestly hard to say. Both of them are going to be good. Alright. So Megalomaniac obviously is one boost we could use. Then Prism of Belief on your main skill for like +3 would be very powerful. These probably are going to be skipped. These are out of the question. And there is one unique jewel, okay, against the darkness. Fortunately, against the darkness, I don't think we're gonna have a chance to use on this build at all, because we're not pathing next to like a lot of notables. Okay, so this is not gonna happen for sure. Against the darkness is not gonna happen. Do we have anything good in here that we could use? Smalls 1% mana. Wait, that's not in the game anymore. The Smalls are providing 8 flat mana now. Okay, so no. So just rare jewels. Basically. See sapphires first. Oh boy, 9 jewel slots. That is so many stats. I don't even know where to begin with those guys. Like we could, for example, get 18% mana recovery on kill. With this, it would be even more. With like... like, I just can't focus how much you can get there. Yo, Codulets, thank you very much for gifted sub to Kelia. Thank you, thank you. Immaculate Adherence, not for this build particularly, but overall. Is that an item? Oh! It is. It's decent. It's decent, but so you cannot have energy shield, and you convert all of your energy shield to divinity as basically like a additional mana or life pool. I do believe that this divinity recovers quickly. Yeah, it recovers very quickly. It's decent. On like for characters with like very high costs. And all the damage is taken from mana before life. This amulet could be like very build opening. Very, very interesting. I think martial artists have damage per mana gloves, but I don't remember which. You're kidding. How can I check? No freaking way. How can I check the glove modifiers that martial artists get? How can you check that? Which one of these is this? Way of the Stone Fist. Can you check these mods here? Attacks gain 23 damage as extra cold. That is already freaking insane, by the way. 23% more damage, basically. I mean, I'm not saying we're doing monk, but let's check them out of curiosity. Less damage taken while low life. 214 life. More attack damage while on low mana. Evasion rating per player level. Maximum energy shield. Global evasion rating and energy shield. It's hilarious. The recoup. Melee attacks fire 3 additional projectiles. Attacks have added physical damage equal to 1 to 3% of maximum life. Dude, what the hell is this? %9 stats. Increased area per 10 intelligence. 30 auras. Where's the mana one? Did I get jebaited? Jebaited. Okay, there it is. Added lightning damage equal to 5% of maximum mana. I mean, that is crazy powerful, but is it better to like... That is super powerful, man. Or is it like 1 to 5, or does it roll like straight up 5? 1% of physical damage as extra fire per rage. What the hell? Bro, they made this too strong, man. That is ridiculous. A little bit unrelated, you know, Nebula consumes 1 charge for each shield duel segment. No. No. That's for entire shield ball. For every single one. Have you seen Connor's 5 affix jewel craft video? Yes. These can get very strong. Hey boss, please advise, after the Mage Blood, have some Chaos Res issues. How do you know how much Chaos Res do I need to get an item I will use? Chaos Flux, please help. How much Chaos Resistance I can get on an item if I use Chaos Flux? I mean, for example, if you have like here, I had tier 2 resistance before, and this will be changed to respective modifiers on the Chaos Res. So if you have tier 2 item with double tier 2 resistance, this will turn into up to 46 Chaos Resistance. So yeah, resistance is so easy this patch, which is good, by the way, because resistances before were pain in the ass. I mean, some of these mods on this guy are freaking insane. I'm not gonna argue with this. Some of them are crazy. I'm not gonna argue with that, but is it gonna make me play Monk instead of Shaman? I don't think so. These bonded modifiers are kind of busted, not gonna lie. Alright, so back to jewels. Bro, we have so many jewel slots, it's actually insane. It would legitimately make sense to just do Adorned, like legitimately. Unless there is something here that will be like build opening. We are already sitting at 700 mana regen, and these are some baby numbers because I didn't put, like, you know, a lot of stuff that we're gonna have here additionally. Like, for example, this. So we could, I'm pretty sure, confidently say that we would have probably around 2000 mana regen if I invested in mana regen on the rings, and we will, by the way. A mana regen here, plus mana regen on jewels. We're gonna get 2000 regeneration per second. That is a lot. Additionally, we're gonna have leech. Holy smokes, man. Additionally, we're gonna have Leech too. Dude, I don't even know what to do with these. These freaking seem to be too strong, man. I don't even know what to do. And the mana regen on these, most likely. I don't even know. And this would obviously be incredible if we were stacking intelligence, but we're not. There's so many options. Midnight Braid seems insanely broken. Belt. Well, it's not necessarily damage reduction. I mean, it's a nice belt. It can be corrupted to 60%. But recoup works over 8 seconds now. It's over 8 seconds. It's strong, but I think personally that I wouldn't be investing too much into recoup on this build because we're gonna have so much regeneration. Like, having a little bit of recoup is not bad. I think I do have some on my passive tree. There's like 8% taken as, plus 20% recoup here. We have some more recoup. I don't think I have more recoup than that. There are the recoup clusters. Increase speed of recoup effects. You could invest into recoup if you wanted to. This wouldn't be a bad thing, for sure. This is life recoup. And here we have some recoup. So we have like 29% recoup. So, like, this is strong, generally speaking. Yo, Klexi, sub, thank you very much for 2 gifted subs. Much love. Yeah, recoup is over. I thought it's instant. Nah, that's not how it works. If it was instant, you take 100% recoup, which is easy to get, and you're just immortal. No. If it can interest you through this build, you could also check Mind of the Council plus ring that converts everything to lightning damage. I know. I know about this. Conversion to lightning is not going to happen because we will be freezing everything and proccing Herald of Ice. So this is going to be our way of clearing screens extremely effectively. On top of that, not leaving bodies, so additional defensive layer here, I guess. But elemental damage chain recouped as energy shield. Energy shield recoup. Recoup as life. There's actually very little of mana recoup on the tree, I have to say. I mean, this belt wouldn't be useless. This belt wouldn't be useless, I guess. Actually, the mana recoup that we can get on the tree, we actually took. So that would be I don't even know if it's worth it, I'll be honest. I'm not even 100% sure if it's worth it at the end of the day. I would need to think about it, legitimately. Legitimately think about this. So, like, the way it works is that without the speeding effects to recoup, like, for example, you take 5,000 mana hit, right? And then you basically, if you have 100% recoup as mana, then you will regenerate like 600 per second after this, and you just keep on regenerating. It would be cool to like showcase like an immortal build against I don't know, like go do AFK simulacrum or something like that. You can do. But with the amount of regen we're gonna have, like about 2,000 or something, I don't know if you won't have mana issues at all if you'll always be on full mana. Which we probably will be, unless we're gonna take like ridiculous amount of hits. But generally speaking, the build should be very, very tanky. Even without any evasion and armor, should be very tanky, I think. Top of that, if we're going Shaman, we have additional less damage taken from this, which is useful. Which is useful for sure. Not gonna lie, if you really wanted to, you could even skip the rage generation once. If you really wanted to. And get more defense and this, which would be 10% damage basically. You could even do that, or get the spirit here. So many options to go with Shaman. But anyway, Shaman we established. I'm not going to be doing Jewels right now because that's just like an insane damage or mana regeneration boost. There's so many stats you can put in there. So we established that with Shaman we would get about 9 to 10,000 mana, which is incredible. That's honestly slightly more than I thought. Honestly, I take it back. I think at 10,000 would be like 100% doable. 10,000 would be doable for sure. So now, let's do Ritualist. I'm gonna save that. The Mana Man. The Mana Man. Mana. Then we're gonna click on Ritualist. We're gonna click this. Boom. And the Ritualist is gonna look like this. Huntress, Sorceress, Witch, Huntress, Ritualist. The only thing that sucks about Ritualist is that she gets this, which is nice. And then she gets nothing after that, which is not nice. She literally doesn't get anything useful after that. I don't know, Ritual Sacrifice maybe, to have like a Headhunter buff. Hi Karn and chat, what's up Notorious? Curious about something. Pharaoh's Rune on a hunt which gives sinners an attack or Perfect Iron Rune or Flat Fizz added. Sorry, off topic question. But that vastly depends on what you already have on your build. We're gonna call your character Carnarius? Probably not. That's too base. Who called themselves Carnarius? That sounds so cringe. That vastly depends on your build, Notorious. I cannot answer it just like that. It's impossible to answer. It depends on what you already have and what you need on your build. Oh, how are you gonna call the character Carnari? Okay, I get it now. I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. We'll see. Mana Man. 1 mana left, maybe. Can get 5% as attack damage, so many extra just from gloves, plus 5 free runes. Martial Artist. A martial artist is going to be... I don't know if he's going to be better than this guy. Not 100% sure about this. But anyway. Let's compare Ritualist to Shaman. So Ritualist is not getting this, obviously, but Ritual gets +1 ring. And Ritualist gets Ingenuity as a main belt for sure. Let's edit that to like, I don't know, 35%, let's just say. Like a very good corruption. Boom, boom, boom. So Ritualist, I would say, would get about 1,500 more mana thanks to this. And obviously she would get more modifiers, different modifiers from those rings as well. So she would be getting some other bonuses too, like more resistances, plus bonus to skills here potentially. Yeah. But Ritualist doesn't get anything else other than that. That's it. That's all she gets. On top of that, she needs another expensive freaking ring. So she needs more gear. At the end of the day, I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure if Ritualist would be better than Shaman. I'm not sure, my friends. Also, I have to admit, since we don't have these, that means that Ritualist would have free things to put in the weapon. Because this we don't have in the weapon. Man. Hard choice, bro. Reverse Tyler 1, you have mana. Damage is bananas instead of bananas. Hard freaking choice, my friends. The Ritualist is also not bad, but I feel like this dude, the Druid, probably starts with like... This is probably like a better location for a Druid, not gonna lie. Druid has a slightly better location. Druid has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to get to this point. Ritualist 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. Also 15, but it's literally just travel nodes. And Shaman gets like good nodes here. Very good. What pisses me off about her is that there is nothing else she can take. This is completely useless. Blood Boil is a joke. We can also get extra nerfs after that too. Rituals can go life tap on stuff and the life recovery stuff isn't useless. But with Crown of Ice, the rage spell damage pushes it over the edge. Ah, I forgot to say, this is without anointments yet. We don't have an anointment, we don't have Megalomaniac, we don't have any of these, any of these things. I'll tell you what though, I would like to have like a 10,000 mana on this build. 10k would be nice. That is a big life pool with regeneration. You're not afraid that you're gonna die instantly, so it's some bullshit. 10k would be very good defensively. Very good against one-shots, against anything. And Shaman is tankier. Shaman is tankier for sure. Shaman gets this. That is powerful. And Shaman never has to worry about rage, ever. He gets insane rage generation. Not gonna lie. I mean, actually, I take it back. With Jules, rage wouldn't be a problem at all. You could get +1 rage jewel generation, generation on a few of the jewels, and you'd be done. So I guess it's not a problem. But this is still nice, man, and this is more damage. This is +13 rage, so this is also more damage. That is very powerful, man. That is very powerful, to be honest. You know the best part about this? A build like that can easily fit in Berserk because... and actually stack a lot of rage, because with Berserk you don't have a lot of life with this build, like 1500, so you take with 60 rage, let's just say 6% of your maximum life per second, and instead you start taking this damage as mana, which is completely like the downside of Berserk on a build like this is not existent. It doesn't do anything. You get Berserk for free. You get a fat freaking damage boost for free on this build, literally. Rage is just gonna be, yeah, you have permanent rage and Rage Forge 2 for 35 for a huge support for like crazy damage boost. You get that for free. You don't have to worry ever about the downside. I'm going to assume that you're gonna start taking this damage as mana. I mean, we could test it, to be honest. I need to respec this character. Hold on. Character selection. There was a character on standard I was trying to test something with, which was this guy, maybe? More Batayer's value with rage as well. Yeah. I think it was this guy, maybe? It was this guy. Perfect. But I cannot generate rage right now. Damn it. I have no way to generate rage. Oh, hold up. I guess I do. Take it back. I do. Rage on melee hit. And then we're gonna do Mind over Matter. Boom. All damage is taken from mana before life. Perfect. And give me some regeneration also. Actually, I take it back. Don't give me regeneration. And give me Berserk. Gems. How much strength do I have? A lot. Okay, and let's get into whatever area. Oh, please. Please let me move. I didn't want to click on that thing. Okay. Let's click Act 1. Let's go to Grailwood. Let's fist some enemies. Damn it. Okay, so the Berserk is still going to degenerate your life. It's not gonna degen mana. I guess it doesn't count as damage taken. You just lose. Well, there would be ways to deal with that. I mean, that's... If you have very little life, it wouldn't be like a big problem to just get some flat life regeneration. And you could, you know, do it this way. So, it's not a big deal. How to add quality to the Molten Shower? Add quality to Brutus weapons. Quality to Brutus. Okay, so this is not gonna work. It's only damage your life is taking, then the flask of take damage. Nah, using flasks all the time would be a pain in the ass. We would probably need to get a little bit of regeneration to counteract this. That wouldn't be a big problem. That wouldn't be an issue. This would be like 70 or 80 degen per second. It's very, very inconsequential. But Berserk would be a must-have, because if you would be getting 60 rage on this character, and we would, that would be 60 times 2 times 1.7. Bro, you're getting 200% damage from this notable. You just allocate that, you get 200% damage, period. That is a lot of damage, man. Get 200% from this, you get 300% from this, and your damage is solved. You don't really need more damage. And you get like 100 from these starting nodes over here. And then you're done. Then you can get another freaking 200 or 300 from Jules if you want. And you're done, right? So that's all the damage that we would ever need on a character like this. Then alternatively, you could boost that with Wrath Pits if you really wanted to. I don't know if this would be worth it at the end of the day, but Wrath Pits would give you additional 6 per 100 mana. So your damage would go, holy smokes. I mean, let's compare. Hold up. So let's just say 300 from this, 300 from this, plus 200 from Rage, plus, I don't know, 200 from Tree, easy. Let's just say 300 from Tree and Jules. So you'll be getting around this much increased damage on this build. Now with Rat Pits, you would get another 600. I mean, that's 75% more damage. Rat Pits. Given that you would lose sockets, and you would lose a lot of flat mana, and you would lose damage taken from mana. So you would lose a lot. Oh, and you would lose projectiles from Molten Blast. That's like the worst part. So I don't think it would still be worth it. But, you know. Rapid's also interesting. It will be close. But yeah, Ritualist, I don't think that getting that extra mana is going to be worth it. And the Ritualist has worse starting point. You know, if you wanted way more damage, I would legitimately be thinking more about Monk. Because this guy with these modifiers on gloves is just not balanced. Like Way of the what is this? Way of the Stone Fist, this thing is not balanced. This is not balanced, man. Maybe get runes too. Extra runes. Which would be more mana for sure. How do I quality the multi I don't know, answer that. Try to craft your amulet, have tier 2 strength attributes, now tier 1 life, tier 4 energy shield. Should I keep a reroll? Do you have percent strength? Because if you have percent strength, that sounds good. Someone is streaming your Brutus build, and with the title, this might be the strongest build I've ever made. That's fine. I mean, it's not my build. It's just, you know, if other people are running this, then, you know, it's available for everyone. It's not like, you know, it's just only my creation. You can buy Split Personality and start whatever you want. Split Personality is, in most cases, in my opinion, not worth it. No, Cody, let's. No. We're good. Dude, I can't freaking. His gloves on Monk are freaking nuts. What else does he have that's good in here? Sting skills that retain combo regardless of weapon set. Gain combo from all attacks hits. Is that potentially strong? Never played with combo skills. For me, you're the #1 warrior builder. Appreciate that. Thanks, man. When you made a character using Twisted Empyrean, just slams Titan for blue Fisher skills instead of red, basically. No, the Titan. I think that Titan could also work for this archetype simply because of hulking form. But yeah, I mean, I think that Druid is just going to be. I think a Shaman is crazy. With the bonded mods and stuff like that, I think Shaman goes pretty nuts with this. Even stronger when you get Mage Blood. Okay, what would be the starting point for Monk? Let's just see Monk out of curiosity. Because the only thing I have on my gloves, really, is Energy Shield and Mana, right? They're not that impressive. Let's take a look at Monk. Martial Artist. Change this to Rare. So we lose Mana. We do lose some Mana. But the pathing towards this cluster is way better. And we also have interesting stuff, interesting notes here right off the bat. Mana regen skill speed is nice. This thing is nice. These in the beginning here are very nice. Oh, they're not that. I mean, they're decent. That's shameless. Who's doing the stream? There is nothing shameless about that, guys. What I did with the warrior build with the Brutus is not something like, it's not rocket science. Anyone can be playing the same thing. So just split personality. But I don't really need to use split personality. if I'll need to, I can be with this build starting really with any point, and I still need to move towards the nodes that I need. So split personality doesn't like really give me much here. I don't need that. The combo ascendancy points are better for quarterstaff, I think. I see. So I mean, we would definitely want this, right? Runic meridians for rune slots. And we would obviously want this if we wanted to do this ascendancy, right? And then hollow focus. Ethereal bells periodically appear near you. Your hits immediately destroy the bells, creating shock with the damage that's nearby. Okay. So it gets like bells for free for additional damage. This wouldn't work really well with maces, though. I don't think. No, it wouldn't. Like, we would use this ascendancy once again, literally just for this, and that's it. You know what? Let's see the Oracle. The one thing that we didn't check yet. An Oracle has some potential. Not like crazy amount of potential, but it has some potential. So Oracle gets less mana. No. Oracle gets paths. Oracle gets entwined realities. Totems, align fate. Spells, that's no. An Oracle would probably get this. Damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. That is very powerful defensively. I'm not gonna lie. That is pretty strong. An enemy critical hit chance against you is unlucky. That is a very powerful defensive node. And then you get, you know, extra damage from crits every now and then. And Oracle would be getting this, right? And since we're stacking 500 strength on this build anyway, this would be like 100% damage, which is decent but not game-changing for sure. Mountain Teachings and Hollow Form, I think. Monk looks good anyway. Twisted has good base crit, I think. Hey, what's good for Brutus build? Did you ever thought about putting cooldown gem as support? Just wondering because you invested a lot of cool recovery. Yes, and wasting support just to get 30% increased cooldown, in my opinion, is not worth it. It's definitely not worth it. I mean, look, if I'm going to find something that is busted for this ascendancy, damn it, man. I wish we could get like Arcane Surge like very easily. Like very, very easily. Is there a way to get Arcane Surge very easily in this game? Which is a reduction is the life regeneration applied to mana regeneration rate. More life regeneration instead of mana. Increased effect of Arcane Surge. Oh wait, Stormweaver has a permanent Arcane Surge? I mean, it's freaking cast speed, man. I mean, more mana regen is good, but... There is a like a passive point. It gains 10% of critical hit. Ooh. That's fair. How much does it last for? Probably like 4 seconds, right? %40 increase effect. I don't know where it is, but if you say so. Left. Okay, there it is. Mana regeneration. We're even pathing this way. Critical hit chance, and that's powerful. That's powerful, man. That is a very powerful defensive layer because now we get a more mana regeneration buff. Unfortunately, cast speed is wasted, so I'm not 100% sure if at the end of the day this would be something I would want to invest into. Because at this point, I think I'll be just investing into mana regeneration on my jewels, like every single one of them, just getting mana regen here. But this is an option for sure. Other than that, I don't know, man. Like this ascendancy doesn't blow me away. This is decent defensively. This is useful, but not really at the end of the day. I'm not really going to be doing more damage with crits with this. And the fact that you can like select something and like all of a sudden be taking notables is nice, but how often is this nice is my question. What is crazy that we can get with this? Here, literally nothing useful. Well, but these are not useless, so even this is kind of like questionable. So there is nothing useful you can get off of this. This you don't take. If you selected that, then you could get what? Freaking nothing. Here you could get Okay, here could get Polymathy, and screw my boots, man, it's tough. Oh, I forgot about that. We have 5% maximum mana from that node still. I forgot about this. So that's nice. Today I was looking at a build for a new shield Nightfall and find one with this mace. I think it will be weird but fun build. Stacking mana and doing Nightfall unfortunately makes no sense at all. Because you don't gain any extra damage from the mace. This, you know, the extra cold damage you're gonna get is only going to work on the mace. It's not going to work on a shield. So the build is going to be like kind of like, you know. I mean, you can make like a you could combine these two if you want to, but does it make like a lot of sense? It's debatable if it makes a lot of sense to combine these two. Now, Oracle is not it, I think. Oracle is not it. Shaman, my dudes. Shaman and getting bonded mods. Getting bonded mods, getting perma rage, getting damage reduction for clear skin. You get absurd rage regen with all the mana regeneration you're gonna get. Like actually like 20 per second or something like that. You get bonded modifiers, you get +1 to all skills from the bonded modifier. You get some other goodies too. You get like almost 10,000 mana. Get the damage reduction. Is there any other way we could abuse rage with the fact that we have like infinite rage generation? Just rage. Let me see. Are there good ways to abuse the fact that we're gonna have so much rage? So Bata Ears obviously is one of those things. That's very strong. We could use Warcries infinitely. That is not useless. We have 35% more damage support on every skill we want to use. That is not useless. That is pretty strong. Are there some mana rings now? Yeah, we're already using them. There's a strange setup with shield and mace skills. I just found it and it seems strange, but theory crafting nice and challenge. Oh, there's so many ways you can build in this game. Wind speed and damage are great. The delay between throw and slam is frustrating. Couldn't find a way to reduce it. Maybe with delay between throw and slam. Maybe with attack speed. I have changed my build again. Why is that? Martial can combo from all hits before can gain 70% as extra cold. How would that work, though? How would that work exactly? I'll be honest, guys. Like, I think that Shaman is our choice here, or we could also do Martial Artist. Some of these items on some of these gloves on Martial Artist are just so freaking busted. Mana Lightning. Like these freaking gloves, for example. Item rarity, rare. Wait. These things do not exist? Why not? Armor per rage, we're not using any armor in this build. We're not going to be. Stank rage with shaman using bata ears, which we will do. There are multiple things that are good. First of all, we never have to worry about any rage generation. Number 2, we gain very high amount of permanent spell damage from this. With Berserk and like about 60 rage, that's going to be 200% increased damage. That is a lot. That is huge amount. Like huge amount. So this is great. And additionally, we get Raged Forged and we get Bata Ears. Yeah, I wonder if this scales with Rage Effect also. That'd be so hilarious if it did. For every 2 Rage you have, I mean, every single other modifier that scales with Rage actually kind of works. So, I mean, I don't see a reason why this wouldn't. Because the mod exists only when on Monk, I think. Okay. That's a shame. Salt plus 2, 2 plus 2 minion belts for 230 divs each, breaches printing for me. But at least it's not rarity of items found. It's just the items, the crafting items you're getting and selling. So I was right all this time that rarity is freaking useless, man. Aye. Oh wait, even these small nodes give you 5% to gain Arcane Surge when you deal a critical hit. Huh. You can even get here. You wouldn't even need to get this. Just this small node. Huh. Interesting. Kinda crazy. As a Titan, it's worth to use Molten Hammer to proc Bata Ears. Cold Attunement and Bitter Rage 3 would be great for bosses. It wouldn't, because it lasts for 15 seconds. And against most bosses, the buff is going to be gone before you will get to the boss. And then you're not going to have good time freezing bosses with so little cold damage, so... Alright, man, I'll put it this way. I think Shaman would be great. For sure. With this. And we didn't put like all the bonded modifiers yet. And the perma rage region is great. And this is also great. So every point is good here. Martial Artist, literally for 2 reasons. Having extra sockets, that's number 1. And number 2, this. Not gonna lie, this could be kind of busted and ridiculous boost to damage. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie, this could be kind of ridiculous. Some of these mods I saw on these gloves are not balanced. They're just not. They're not very balanced, man. Like 5% of maximum mana added as lightning damage. Keep in mind that while dual wielding, this lightning damage applies to both weapons. That is a lot of damage. And the best part about this is that you start shocking people, which is a 20% damage boost on top. You will shock all the time. everybody all the time with this amount of lightning damage. And that's just one freaking mod, man. I still can't get Rage on Monk. I'm just not gonna have passive regeneration of Rage, but I can still get it on Monk. I have 9 freaking jewel slots open, so it's not gonna be a problem to get Rage generation. So I can still get this. I can still anoint this and get big damage boost from that. I need to check these mods one more time. What is this? Doing an instacker? Oh, and I haven't checked the unique ones yet. Hold up a second. Maybe there's something busted in here. Eternal Youth. Okay, at series acuity is no. Nope. Oh, there is Onslaught on hit on top of that. I forgot about that too. Onslaught on hit is great. Cooldown recovery rate. Okay. What are phase breakers? Oh, they start scaling with intelligence, I see. Cooldown, attack damage, reduce attack speed. Oof. Thorns, lightning, cooldown. Attacks gain 21 damage as extra light. Bro, like, what are these freaking numbers on these gloves? What are these, man? These nuts? Hate Forge, Runic Ward, Rage on hit, lose rage on getting maximum. Eh. Change this song? You don't like it? There you go. Consider on low mana while at 50% of maximum mana or below instead. Eh. Onslaught. Dexterity can satisfy other attribute requirements, melee weapons, and melee skills. Dexterity. Bro, if there are gloves like that, Bro, if there were gloves, if there was a modifier like that you could do, but with intelligence instead, holy smokes, I'm picking Monk, like not even close. It's a guaranteed Monk right there. That would be like 1k flat mana just from the fact that I wouldn't need to put anything into strength. I'll be taking this in a heartbeat. What's up, No Tree? Doing a theory crafting session for 3 hours now. we're going places though. We're going places. Additional projectile area, lightning converted to cold. Lightning damage is extra cold. 12 Exalt gloves on Discord. And I'm gonna show. Oh, you won't be able to see. Sorry. Damage is extra physical. Damage is extra fire. Onslaught on hit. Mana leech, critical hit chance, leech mana slower. 10% is lightning. Not gonna lie, like these mods on Monk are so disgusting. That it's so much freaking damage. I don't even know anymore, man. Like there is no way that there is freaking no way. By the way, there is no way that just by allocating this dude, I'm not gonna get more. More damage compared to Shaman. We're gonna get less life, I mean less mana, but these mods on Monk are just freaking nuts. And also he has a pretty okay starting position here. It's not bad. Get some attack speed, get some damage. It's not bad. Skill speed here with mana regen, these are actually very nice. Attack damage, skill speed, skill speed. This is a good starting position, really good. Might be even better than this one. No cap. That's a lot of attack speed here. It's a very nice start over there. And then 5 runes extra. Damn it, man. Holy smokes. Crit chances to weapon is so insane. No, I know, it's like flat bonus. Mirror tier stats with exalts. What are the gloves that I have over here? not the best. Just put it this way. Just put it this way, they're not the best. Like Monk definitely beats this. Alright, so the unique ones are like whatever. But I mean, look at this. Like we could get, for example, hold up. Oh wait! Oh, that's even more hilarious. This modifier is a suffix. That is a freaking suffix, dude. So you can get damage as cold, damage as lightning, and ridiculous amounts on top of that. And you can get this at the same freaking time. Oh, that's freaking hilarious. Bro, I don't know anymore. Let me see what else does he have. You can get like plus 32 attributes on a suffix. That's beautiful. What else can you get? This is ass. The resistance is ass. Extra gold. Oh, he also gets the cooldown recovery rate. That's cool. So onslaught on hit is freaking incredible. That's 20% attack. I mean, it's not like not that insane actually. Arguably, this one is almost the same. Actually, I take it back. It's not like that insane. It's movement speed also. It's better, but it's just a little bit better. Plus 10 quality of all skills. So I'm assuming that this how it works is this turns into this, right? They just turn like that. So in order to get this mod, you need to have... Wait, how would you get that? I'm not sure. Plus quality to all skills. To all skills. Wow. Aura applies to LE becomes 24 all res. I mean, that's like... Damage penetrate becomes 30 to all res. Yikes. Area per intelligence. Honestly, not useless. Bro, if there was a stat over here that allowed you allowed your intelligence to satisfy the requirements for equipment, like you saw on these unique gloves, but that was dexterity. If there was a mod like that, I wouldn't be even thinking. I wouldn't be even thinking, man. Like 1 second. The only thing that sucks is that he gets like way less mana than Shaman. That's the only thing that sucks. He gets way less. Shaman gets like way more mana. Alright, I don't freaking know. I would legitimately need to think about that. Like, you know, let's freaking farm some maps, man. I would legitimately need to think about that. Like, I don't know. I like that the Shaman gets like insane amount of mana. So the Shaman is really strong defensively, and Monk and Martial Artist would get very strong offensively. Like, but like the Shaman would already be doing insane damage. That's the thing. You'll be already doing crazy damage in Shaman with this. Atlas notables. I mean, all of them. there is a lot to go through. Also, mountain technique works from immobilization, so if it built will freeze enemies, it will be nice. Show me. Give me a second. Surprising chance enemy power to gain mounted teachings on immobilizing an enemy up to a maximum of 30. Lose the mountain teachings when you are hit, or when you use a sustained attack that benefits from mountain teachings. Okay, let me see what that is. Your attacks deal more damage and you take less damage from small hits and have more stun threshold. Huh? When you have any amount of mountain teachings, attacks you use yourself gain them as a single class deal 50% more damage. Enemy hits you take would deal damage less than equal 30% of your maximum life after mitigation, but before other modifiers of damage taken, deal 40% less damage. 50% more stun threshold. That's not useless. Mountain teaching on opposing enemy up to maximum 30. The damage reduction would not do anything because we would have very small life pool. But other than that, this would be pretty strong for sure. How would that work if you take a hit that doesn't... How would this work? I mean, we would take all of our damage from mana. Deal damage less than equal 30% of your maximum life. So let's just say you have 1,000 life and 10,000 mana. You take a hit for 3,000 mana. So this surpasses this threshold, but it didn't do any damage to your life. Because if this actually worked, that would be beyond, like, it would be just like so freaking overpowered. Like, we would not be serious how OP that would be for mana stacking. But I guess nobody knows, which doesn't surprise me. We would need to test it in game, like legitimately by ourselves. Alright, let's do some Titan action for now. And I legitimately need to think about it long and hard. I need to think about it long and hard. What's gonna happen? This will not work, but if it does, it will be insane. In this combo, like the fact that all of your skills would generate combo, I would need to check out how could this potentially be abused, because that also looked pretty interesting. I don't know, man. Like the reason why the monk is tempting is because we would just be getting like absolutely insane amount of damage, right? From the gloves, like crazy amount of damage. So it'll be like more damage and you'll be squishier. Unless this Way of the Mountain actually works versus everything, then I don't even know. I don't remember how mechanically this would function. But if it does, holy smokes. And I guess we will be getting like a little bit of lightweight. At least we theory crafted the build, regardless of what ascendancy we want to take. I think that with these numbers, it's gonna be freaking overpowered. So that's good news. I think you can absolutely make it work. And another thing that kind of sells me more on Monk is the fact that you're gonna be faster, man. You have like 20% attack speed on the starting area, the starting zone. So can get a lot of attack speed too, man. Can get a lot of attack speed too. I think that Ritualist is like out of the question. Ritualist would get like 12k mana or something, but like super late game, she would get like 12k mana. But I think that stacking, just having insane amount of mana and like not having anything else from your ascendancy, I don't think that's necessarily like a great choice. She'll be probably like the tankiest, but just like slightly more tanky than the shaman, and that's about it. I think that raw is written might work, but as intended, sure, it might be fixed as a bug. We mirror yet. Look, if I'm going to find a mirror, you're going to be the first to know. I am literally going to stop whatever I'm doing, stop dead in my tracks, and send you a message on Discord. A screenshot of my mirror, okay? That's what I'm gonna do. Speaking of mirrors, like you've been abusing this breach farming method. How many mirrors do you have at this point? Yeah, like, I got messaged by a friend yesterday. He told me that his friend has like 5 Mage Bloods and 2 Headhunters or something like this. So I'm assuming that there are some very powerful farming strats that I am obviously not using because who needs currency, man? Say whatever you want, the people that farm like 5 mirrors first week, most of them probably get burned out very quickly. Only one, I had a rough start. Oh, only 1 mirror? Oh no. Unlucky. Yeah, can we have like can anyone donate some currency to Harun? And she's struggling. Got relic key for Against the Darkness after Rakata's dropped, so I've upgraded both Brutuses again. Thanks for such an amazing build. Thanks for watching, man. Very nice, big upgrades. Lightweight. Still thinking, man, if there are like some other factors that we could include. I planned to go Spark Comet again with Chapula, but I think I messed up my gear. I did all barrage. Build blasted throw the content with 1 div budget, insane build. Oh, we got this dude immediately. Here comes my mirror. Here comes my Rakatus. I don't know how much Rakatus is, probably like 100 divs, but hey, we killed this guy 4 times this league so far. What is Heart of the Well? I can't find it. It's a jewel. Roughly 125. Oh, come on. Come on, game. Don't be shy and give it to me. Dude, is this a boss with temporal bubble? Are you serious? Oh, utility belt. Got my hopes pretty high for a second. Killed him 1 time, I got Rakatus. Some people are just built different, man. What can I say? Some people are meant to be rich. Some people refuse to be rich. That might be choice.
Wait!
See, I certainly did not refuse to get this Omen of Light here, so I'm just going to go ahead and pick it up. Plus 6 divs. Woo! Buy coin. Let's go. I just have a different mindset. I think it's important to know uncertainty of poverty. Living in poverty is better. I was once rich in this game. This was during the time where there was this in 0.1 there was this exploit that someone hacked like the control panel of one of the GG's developers, and a lot of people were losing their currencies. I don't know if you guys remember. There was a thing like this in 0.1 because people could just like enter your account. And I was freaking scared at that time that someone's gonna steal my currency, so it's better to be poor. So you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about anything. You log on into my account, joke's on you. I've got nothing. Problems with being rich is once you get rich in PoE2, I see no point playing anymore since you can make any build with billions of damage. Min-maxing budgets way more interesting. There is something to it, but I think that getting rich in this game would get much more like it would make more sense and give you more motivation to get rich if there is like a very hard endgame content, which currently there is not. In PoE1, for example, it absolutely makes sense for you to farm 5 mirrors as quickly as possible, because you have a content that literally, even if you have the strongest builds in the game, there's like 5 people that can do that content, right? There is some extremely dangerous, hard to do Valdo maps. There is Delve, a content that scales with difficulty forever, basically. It gets incredibly difficult at a certain point. So in these games, it does make sense to have absolutely cracked build with cracked equipment. In PoE2, you know, the fact that I can just stand still and face tank Arbiter of Divinity, the hardest boss in the game basically, is on this guy over here. And I certainly do not have mirrors. There's a content that was insanely difficult, sure, because there's a carrot and stick to chase after. I mean, we're gonna get to this point in PoE2 eventually, I'm sure. They just obviously didn't have time to, like, you know, they want to make the game playable and like fun for most people. Then I'm pretty sure they're just gonna start, you know, getting more attention to endgame stuff for people to, like, you know, stick around for longer. So eventually we're gonna get to that point where we're gonna start getting stuff like Delve, like, I don't know, Infinite Labyrinths, so on. Max Deli plus Breach is kind of rippy, but you can still, it's still, you know, as long as you have a well-designed build, then you're gonna do it, and, you know, be having good time. This is completely incomparable compared to something like Valdo's maps, you know, in comparison. Yeah, we didn't get that again. Yeah, what is this thing? I was thinking Shaman is way better, but I hate having low attack speed, so Monk offering more attack speed, maybe that is the move. I mean, here is the difference, guys. Shaman has bonded modifiers. Bonded modifiers are extremely strong. You can get up to 25% mana on weapons themselves, so that is a lot. And there is nothing else better to put on weapons, really. You get +1 to all skills as a free bonus. You get all the other bonded modifiers that you would get from other pieces of gear, which I cannot remember all of them right now, but there are different things that, you know, you're gonna get boosted. So this is really strong. Then infinite rage generation with plus 13 to maximum rage in total is strong, because that is more damage, 13 more rage, plus more damage from Rage Forged on all of your skills. You can use for free. You perma have full rage, so that's huge. Plus, well, that's really it, damage-wise. You get a little bit more increased damage from this also, thanks to that. So I mean, that's a bonus. And you don't need to invest into rage generation anywhere, because it's just like up permanently, right? And on top of that, you get like a damage reduction, which is cool. It's not bad. So that's Shaman. And this dude gets 5 rune slots, which once again could be more mana. Not much, but it would be a little bit more mana, so that's not bad. And he gets... This is useful. More damage. And then he gets like crazy broken gloves, right? Like Monk would definitely 100% have more damage. It's not even close. Like Shaman would already have a lot, but this dude... This dude would have so much freaking damage, man. And he would be faster, because skill speed, skill speed, skill speed, skill speed, skill speed, skill speed, skill speed. So the starting zone over here gives him 30% attack speed, which is way better than those baby damage nodes over here. It's definitely way better. So that's a lot of freaking attack speed, man. It's a lot. And both of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So Monk even gets there faster. Even faster to this point. Also some mana regen, not bad. That's not useless. So Monk has access to even more attack speed if he wants to. 3 points for more. Wow. Is Chrono with 60% skill speed interesting at all here? In comparison to these two guys, I don't think so. Chronomancer is alright, but... Time freeze. He sets the cooldowns. Sands of Time, wonder what that is. This is powerful. Defensively, again. This is very powerful. Holy hell, just got her declaration and Grand Spear from Divinity. Ooh, big. I ran the Arbiter like 4 times. I didn't get anything. 4 or 5. Could also turn mine into CI, turn Monk into CI. No. This is a mana stacking build, so CI is out of the question. But we would be fast. We would be really freaking fast with Monk. The damage would be freaking crazy. be getting like plus 500, plus 400 flat lightning damage from one mod. I don't know, man. I legitimately don't know. On Monk, we would need to invest into some actually attack damage nodes. On Shaman, probably not. But on Monk, we would have to. And the build would be really fast. It would actually be really fast. Also, Monk has access to these nodes, which are actually pretty nice. Not bad. Also, more mana regeneration if you wanted to. Damn. It's actually like impossible to tell, man. I don't know if Monk would get tanky enough. If Mountain Teachings is gonna be like permanent with how much freeze you do, you want the amount of mana you have be way less. On paper, you're right. I mean, it would still be ridiculously tanky, don't get me wrong. Even though if we would, on Monk, if we would only get 8,000 mana, that is still 8,000 life pool with crazy high regeneration and leech at the same time. That is very, very powerful still. That is very strong. And Shaman is just like well balanced, right? Like all around strong. It is 25% mana from Shaman gives me like 1k mana. And mana, admittedly, mana is damage, right? Mana is damage. So, what skill would you use with Empyrean? I was thinking about doing Molten Blast and then doing crazy cold damage and Herald of Ice. So with like a single use of Molten Blast, we would just like explode the entire screen into shards. Like literally, entire screen gone. And then we have some attack speed here, attack speed here. Monk would have even more attack speed. It would feel pretty nice in my opinion. Druid gets more damage on the other hand and more area, but Monk gets more attack speed. Ay. Damn it, I don't know. Can go CI ED, stack damage taken from have 15,000 mana in the same mana region plus leech. You absolutely cannot go CI, my friend. I mean, I guess you. Hold up a second. How would that work? Okay, if we had 100% damage taken as, I mean, could we go CI also? Yeah, at this point, then CI would make sense if we managed to get to 100%. And I think we should be able to easily get to 100%. So you're right. Guess there is no reason not to go CI, because you just immune to chaos and bleed for free. You can easily hit 20,000 mana with good gear. 20k? How? I think 10,000 is going to be like pretty easily doable, but 20? It's gonna be tough. You're missing Atlas points. You need a 6-second one to hit 20k. Yeah, with that, that's sure. But we're using these, so 20k is not gonna happen. But even with, don't get me wrong, even with 10,000, we are reaching the point where we're probably never gonna die to anything. So
how do we dice an onion? Boy, that's a big onion. Look
missing
at that.
Atlas points. Elite transfer your ES to mana. Yeah, we're already using that. EB. Bottom section of Essence. You're missing Atlas points. The bottom section of Essence point isn't filled with your Atlas. Yeah, I didn't do like one tower yet. So it's like whatever. But you're right about CI. CI makes a lot of sense. That is true. We would just need to get to 100 damage taken as, and we will be fine. Or just click this, but that cannot be worth it. It's better to just get 100, you know, different way. It's not difficult. It's not difficult at all. Yeah, I know. Thank you. How does Berserk work with CI? It's not going to work. Unless you have any source of... I'm not sure. If you have any source at all of life regeneration, it could work still, maybe? You know what? Let me test it. Let me test this. That's a good point. This guy. Alright, so first of all, yeah, we have mind over matter allocated here. We're going to drop that. And we're going to... Actually, no, we're not going to drop that. We're gonna... No, we're gonna drop that. We're gonna get CI. I need to get any source of ES though, like any. Get this. We need to get some energy shield. Oh, hold up. There we go. 300 is enough, but you know what? Let's just get any amount, literally any. I should have something here with energy shield. Put a mace in. Dude, that's so much garbage. Yeah, a little bit of energy shield here. Okay, man, that's enough. It's freaking Act 1. And we need flat regeneration. Life regeneration. There is a flat region over here, I think, right? No, it's not flat. Damn it. Any source of flat region on this tree. Fine, I'll do it differently. Regeneration. This is not flat. This, perfect. 5 regen per second. And let's just go over here to Grellwood or Clearfell. I just keep Mom allocated, but you need to test ES first. Because Mom, in this situation, doesn't matter. Mom already tested. Well, I'm not dying. Do I have Berserk? I do. I'm not dying for sure. I might have a different source of flat region though. No, but it doesn't seem like I have. Even without the shield, I'm not dying. Unless I need to... Unless it just keeps on going down over time. But you can't see if it does or not. I would be dead at this point, I think. Wouldn't I? I would be probably dead at this point. Let's be honest. Maybe Berserk isn't lethal damage. This also might not be a big enough of a tick to ever harm you. Let's get some more rage, shall we? Where do we have some more rage on hit? Average is 10% max life per second, but 0.00, so your health can be decremented that amount. It can in PoE 1. In PoE 1, if you play Berserker with CI, then you just die. You need to have... See? I'm freaking dead. And on top of that, I cannot click Resurrect. It's just... I'm just stuck. I just died to a degen. Okay, we committed, boys. Killed ourselves. But now let's put this thing on and let's see. That's it. You get literally any amount of flat regeneration, and with CI, Berserk can be up permanently, and there is no negative basically. You just get it, period. And not going to lie, that is another big buff for Shaman. If we want to be... If we're still thinking about the Monk versus Shaman, that's a big buff for Shaman. Right now. I'm just like trying to like keep on degenning, but it seems like we're just not gonna die. It's been like a minute of me degenning. There's no way. Let's take this off. Okay, but now I'm losing rage. I killed every monster. I need to keep on killing. Yeah, I would keep on dropping eventually and I would die. But with shield it's not gonna happen, but you know what? Just make sure. Let's get to a different zone, just make sure. You won't ever die. I'm level 97, 0 issues. So you just need at least 2 Berserk. So you just need basically like a source of any flat regeneration anywhere. Can be even 1 per second. And you're done. Which is extremely easy to get.